Okay. Okay, we are returning from, excuse me, if I could call the order of the meeting. Thank you. We are returning from closed session. May I have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Narenheim.
Here.
Councilmember Kalujevic.
Here.
Councilmember Obaji.
Here.
Councilmember Barrett.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Lowenstein.
Here.
And Mayor Brand is absent. You have a quorum, sir.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any announcements from closed session?
No reportable action this evening.
Okay, we will now adjourn to our regular meeting, open session of the Redondo Beach City Council. May I have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Narenheim.
Here.
Councilmember Kalujevic.
Here.
Councilmember Obaji.
Here.
Councilmember Barrett.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Lowenstein.
Here.
Mayor Brand is absent. You have a quorum, sir.
Great, thanks. If you would stand for the salute to the flag and a moment of silence afterwards, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, thank you. We have no presentations, proclamations, or announcements this evening. Why don't we go to council announcements?
All right.
Councilmember Narenheim.
Thank you very much, Mayor Pro Tem. Today, on the 19th of September, it is Talk Like a Pirate Day. So since we're a coastal town with our own harbor, talk like a pirate today. Wouldn't be offended if you come down to the podium and talk like a pirate. Arr. October 7th is Compost Pickup Day at the Performing Arts Center in the morning. So come on down. They're always very, very popular. They usually sell out. When I say sell out, it's free. So feel free to grab as much as you need. We had a great online community meeting last night, and we won't be meeting again until the second Saturday of October. And let's see, what else? Anything else coming up in the village? Village has the Spooktacular Fest coming up in October. So for Halloween, start marking that on your calendars. That's October 31st. Other than that, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Kalujevic.
Yes, I was happy to attend the volunteer appreciation dinner for the Redondo Beach PD department. It was a great night highlighting a lot of work of the volunteers in our community with the police department. I also got to attend the wreath laying ceremony for the POW MIA Remembrance Day at the LA Air Force Base, and it was also a great event. Thank you to Redondo Beach Fire Department for letting me ride along to see all the work you do day in and day out. And lastly, I just wanted to talk about the dedication ceremony that was yesterday for the Ito family open space. And it was on what would have been Tomo Ito's 114th birthday. It was a great event, dedication to a really great family, a lot of heritage and service to our community. I want to do a shout out to Community Services who put on the event. Thank you for all you did to make that happen yesterday. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Obaji.
All right. Happy Tuesday, everybody. Well, or sad Tuesday, I should say. The police department released a press release yesterday today about a tragic accident that happened on Artesia Boulevard and Ringe. This is a location where there have been very many other accidents in the past. Somebody died who was not at fault for the accident, and it was due to a suspected drunken driver careening through the intersection and hitting a car that was passing through it. It wasn't left turn related. It wasn't anything to do with those opposite left turn pockets. So with that said, it has renewed our attention to the changes that we need to implement at that intersection. I followed up with Public Works. They've confirmed that they've gone ahead and made contact, I should say, with the county as to what changes they can make at that intersection to get that process underway. And I'm asking them, and I'll keep complaining to them till I get a date certain by which we can get a change to that intersection to make it safer. Although no change would have prevented a drunken driver from causing that death yesterday, except people not drinking and driving. So a reminder to not do that. Lastly, my community meeting will be next Wednesday at 6:30 p.m. The Zoom link where you can register is on my city council webpage. And we'll be talking about everything that we do here tonight and everything we've done kind of over the whole summer, including any of your concerns about development on Artesia Boulevard. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Barrett.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I did want to announce that I will be having my District 5 community meeting next Tuesday, September 26th at 6 p.m. at the Redondo Beach Performing Arts Center. I'm proud to say we will be joined by the Public Works Director, Ted Saman, and potentially others. So it's open to all. I invite everybody who has an interest in our city and Public Works to be there. I think it will be entertaining, interesting, and informative.
Thank you. Okay, my only announcement is the next District 2 community meeting will be probably mid-October. Keep an eye out for an email from me as well as on the city website. So now on to approval of the agenda, the order of the agenda. Would anybody like to make a motion on approving the order of the agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, that's all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, opposed? Okay, that's Councilmember Obaji with Councilmember Nierenheim with the second. Okay, thank you. Do you have any blue folder items, backup materials for the meeting this evening?
Motion to receive and file blue folder items.
Second that.
Okay.
What are the items?
Thank you. And that includes public participation on non-agenda items. Item J1, public communication. Item H15, agreement with Lewis Stanley, Inc. regarding Minuteman Press, and that is an amended agreement. Item H24, to approve the Fourth Amendment to the letter of agreement with the attachments. Item H25, an MOU with South Bay Cities Council of Governments. And public comments have been included as well. Item M1, regarding an amendment to the city municipal code, and that is including a planning commission resolution as well as public comments. And item N1, discussion regarding the LA County MTA Metro C Green Line, and there are public comments related to that as well. That concludes the items in the blue folder.
Okay. Is anybody opposed to the motion that's in front of them? Okay, it passes 5-0. Councilmember Obaji, Councilmember Nierenheim. Thank you. So we don't have an agency recess this evening, so on to the consent calendar. Councilmember Nierenheim, would you like to pull any items off the consent calendar?
I'd like to pull items H13 and H20, please.
Okay. Councilmember Kalajevic.
No, thank you.
Councilmember Obaji.
Yeah, I'm trying to find the number, but this was the fourth agreement with the County of Los Angeles regarding the pallet shelters.
H25.
It's 25. yeah.
H24. Pull that, please.
20, it's 24. Yeah.
24, please.
August.
And Councilmember Barrett.
I would like to pull H19.
Okay, H19. Okay. And I will not be pulling any since they were called. So can I get a motion and a second? Would anybody like to speak to any item that is on the consent calendar other than items H13, H19, H20, or H24? Okay, can I get a motion then for
So moved.
all items except for H13, H19, H20, and H24?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, any opposed? Okay, that's Councilmember Obaji. Councilmember.
Okay, we need to read the resolutions that are not been approved.
Item H8, adopt resolution number CC 2309-096, a resolution of the City Council of City of Redondo Beach, California, authorizing a 2023-2024 fiscal year budget modification to appropriate $51,244 from the Emergency Communications Replacement Fund to the Police Department 2023-2024 fiscal year operating budget to fund the purchase of a replacement digital voice recording system. Item H10, adopt by title only resolution number 2309-097, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, California, amending the official book of class specifications to add the position of Information Technology Operations Infrastructure Supervisor. Item H11, adopt by title only resolution number CC 2309-092, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, California, appropriating $36,315 from the Harbor Dredging Project to the Pier Decorative Sculpture Sales Painting Project. Skip this one. Okay.
Go to H16.
H16, adopt by title only resolution number 2309-094, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, California, approving the State of California Office of Traffic Safety grant agreement between the Office of Traffic Safety and the City of Redondo Beach, adopting by a 4/5 vote and by title only resolution number 2309-095, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, California, authorizing a fiscal year 2023-2024 budget modification to appropriate $155,000 in State Office of Traffic Safety grant funds to the city's intergovernmental grant fund. Item H21, adopt by title only resolution number CC 2309-093, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, California, amending the official book of class specifications for the position of Recreation Coordinator. And H25, adopt by 4/5 vote and by title only resolution number CC 2309-098, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, California, authorizing a fiscal year 2023-2024 budget modification to appropriate $235,150 in local jurisdiction funds from the SBC COG to the Intergovernmental Grant Fund for a motel and SRO bed leasing program.
And then,
And that concludes.
yeah, and then for the record, we have no Zoom or e-comments.
Okay, thank you. Okay, item H13, Councilmember Nierenheim.
Yeah, this is the residential design guidelines. We had the first reading and it was passed with some small amendments last time. I wanted to go over a couple of things. So first of all, this is this is the same item as what was passed back in August, correct?
Well, this is the implementing ordinance. So you approved by a resolution not everybody approved, but the majority of the council approved by a resolution, the objective design standards. So that document is in place and is official. This is the action to implement and align our ordinance with that act. So this is a bit of a housekeeping component to that, but it is related to the objective design standards.
And so if this doesn't pass, then what happens?
Well, we'd have a peculiar situation. We'd have an updated objective design standards document that would in effect supersede our residential design guidelines, but we wouldn't have aligned our ordinance with our new standards. So we would have a bit of a quagmire there.
We wouldn't be able to harmonize the two.
We would not be harmonized. That, yes, we would be out of harmony.
Out of harmony. Not in sync,
Not in sync.
like band practice.
Yes.
There was some comments made regarding our housing element, and we wanted to be updated with our housing element. Wanted to have our housing element, well, we didn't want to be in violation of our housing element, correct?
Well, we maybe it's a little bit bigger than that. We want to make sure we remain in good standing with state housing regulations and HCD's interpretation of those state housing regulations. This is, the objective design standards was in part completed, the process was completed and updated in order to update our document to concur with current state legislation and to meet the requirements of the SB2 grant that we obtained to actually perform the work, which I think has a value of somewhere between $130,000 and $150,000.
So we wouldn't, we would have, the mayor wouldn't sign this. This would not be enacted. It would not be law.
Well, that's the challenge. The objective design standards are technically approved and are now by resolution, the
We can't
standards.
enforce it because it's not our actual ordinance in place. The mayor hasn't signed it yet.
The ordinance and the implementing ordinance would be out of step with the objective standards. It would still reference the old residential design guidelines, which now would theoretically no longer be in effect. So we would have that challenge. This formally aligns our now new standards with our ordinance.
So why was this pulled last time?
It wasn't pulled.
The last council meeting at the first meeting in September?
You mean, why was it rescheduled?
No, why was it pulled? It was pulled.
Well, I think there was a motion to actually continue the item to tonight's meeting agenda.
Yeah, this and item M1, I think it was, or something.
Ordinances and resolutions, in order to pass, need 3 affirmative votes.
Right, and there were
Yeah.
3 of us here. We had quorum.
You did have three votes, but you theoretically could have found a scenario where you didn't have 3 affirmative votes, depending on how you ultimately voted. So it gave
There was 2 absences.
2 absences that night, including the mayor. So we only had 3 members of the council here to consider the item.
Right, so it was pulled because there was a fear that it might not pass.
Correct.
Right.
Yeah. Well, in order to give the full council the opportunity to consider the item.
Well, it's the same item as back in August.
It's a related item. It's not the exact same item.
It's the same item. So can you please share item 1, or activate item 1A?
1A.
So, I heard a lot this last few weeks about our housing element. We want to be in compliance. We don't have time. Force this through. This is important. And so, I went through and actually read through our housing element and residential development standards right here. Change over my thing here. Item 2, citywide, following residential zoning districts, blah, 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 technical. And it goes to this portion here. It says, the zoning ordinance also establishes development standards for housing as summarized in table H33 and H34. These standards represent that current development standards that will continue to apply until the zoning ordinance is updated by October of 2024 to implement the updated general plan. Goes on to say a whole host of other things. Then it says, this update will be completed within 3 years and 120 days from the October 15th, 2021 statutory deadline of the HCD housing element in order to meet the city's obligation for accommodating additional housing in the community. So that would give us until October 2024, according to our housing element that was approved by the council July 5th, 2025, and then further approved by the Housing Community Development, right?
Longer than that, actually.
Yeah,
3 years and
3 years.
120 days.
3 years, 120 days,
That
yeah.
would actually be 4 months beyond that.
Yeah, actually beyond that. Yeah, I think we determined
February.
February of 25 is the
Right.
last time
That's what I would.
as I did the math.
Right.
That's beyond, though, just the objective design standards here, though. I mean, that's talking about the zoning ordinance update pursuant to the general plan update.
So what I'm seeing here is more information and new information and more data, stuff that is now being that I found and had to dig myself to show that a lot of this consternation that was created in this process here wasn't really true about having us to hurry up and move this get done, because it clearly shows we've got time here to do this right. I am in full favor of sending these updates back to the Planning Commission to work through the issues that were brought up. give them plenty of time. I'd like to stick by the October 2024 deadline, actually well before that, and ensure that we don't have issues. The Planning Commission can ask staff and go to HCD to ensure there aren't any issues, because there was a lot of questions regarding lawsuits. There was a lot of questions regarding HCD. And this document right here, this document shows us that there's no need to rush through this. There's no requirement that we had to push this through and create all this consternation. So that's what I'm in favor of, ensuring that we do this right. We have the time as per our housing element that was submitted and approved by the state.
Okay. Councilmember Obaji.
All right, raise your hand, please, if you are here about residential design standards. All right, crowd full of people, room full of people, and 0 hands go up. Motion to approve H13.
Second.
Okay. Are there any other speakers on the console that would like to talk about this? Okay, anybody in the audience would like to speak to H13? Okay, okay, Councilmember, sorry, Mr. Pinsler.
Need to take a look at 2314 Grant Avenue to find out what this city is going to look like should these plans go through. We might as well build row houses, because that's what you're building there. This is a problem that needs to be settled with, I believe, going back to a planning commission with advice from council, which hasn't existed for these last few years, which used to exist all the time. Planning commission always had people from the city's attorney's department being there to help them through this. It is time for you to rethink this, and it's time for you to live up to the community's desire, not the developers. Thank you.
Okay. Is there anybody else in the audience that would like to speak to this? Please step up to the podium. And tell us your name and where you're from,
My name
please.
is Doug Boswell, District 3, longtime resident and member of the Planning Commission. This isn't why I came here tonight, but I just want to say, while the opportunity is available to me, that the Planning Commission sweat blood to get this right. And then it turns out we weren't advised properly. We did things that possibly were incorrect. We advised on things that we probably shouldn't have. We based what we did thinking we were doing everything right, based on the information that we had and the direction that we had from staff, from consultants, and community input. If we have another year to get this right, and we get the proper advice from the proper people, the proper staff and consultants and attorneys, we will get it right. And then you'll find that this is an easy thing for you to do. Instead of dividing the city again and having this conflict on the city council that I know you all ran to have a united council, but let's see you actually do that. Okay, thank you.
May I ask you a quick question, Mr. Boswell?
Only if it's quick.
Yeah. I gotcha. So you guys worked really hard at the Planning Commission. What if a lot of things that you guys would go to HCD and say, no, all this is fine, you get given this extra time, and everything was fine, and the HCD came back with your recommendations, and including the recommendations that you guys actually wanted in addition to what was sent to us. How would you feel about it then?
I would feel, I'm neutral on that, because the goal is to get it right. And if we already did get it right, unfortunately, there are enough people with enough credibility in this city saying that we didn't. So I'd like to get that settled once and for all and get it done right. And if it's that we go over and do the exact same thing all over again, and then HCD says, well, shoot, that's no different from what you had before, which was just fine, then at least we know. I think that's the priority that needs to happen here, not that we have to jam something through for some who knows what agenda, because if we've got a year, for God's sake, let's do it right.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Other questions?
Oh,
Quick ones?
Not for me.
Okay, thank you.
Just to be clear on the deadline situation, it wasn't related to the housing element. I don't believe it was an SB2 grant fund deadline. We have an obligation to get the design standards done before that grant expiration, which I think is this month. So that's what was pushing the execution, not our housing
A
element.
lot of internal conversations regarding to our mayor and others here, and what said is that we want to be in compliance with the housing element and made sure that our housing element, we didn't want to put anything at risk in that world. So I want to be very clear that there was a lot of conversation regarding housing element and timetables on our housing element and requirements on our housing element.
Well,
Yeah.
Anyone else?
HCD consistency, I think is the key.
Want to
Yeah.
apply?
Yeah.
Please give us your name and where you're from, please.
Holly Osborne, District 5. I don't have prepared remarks, but I want to say the same thing I said before. I've noticed just by walking through my district that houses are being McMansioned, okay, even R2s. And these are the houses that traditionally have been for the missing middle, and they're not missing middle anymore. I don't think a 3,000 square foot house on a R2 lot is missing middle. They're deliberately making them oversized, not fitting in with the neighborhood. And I remember when I first moved here and Manhattan Beach had a big issue about, should we allow all this McMansioning? Okay? I don't think that had been a problem before here. And I would just like to know, in fact, I even wrote to Scott Wiener. I said, you're having the exact opposite effect with these McMansioning the missing middle. You're taking missing middle housing away when you McMansionize it, okay? So I really wish you could, somebody ask in plain English, can we limit McMansioning? Okay, even whether it's R2 or whatever. Thank you, bye.
Councilman Robaji.
Sure. Can you light up 2B, please? So, just for folks who don't know what's going on, what happened is Planning Commission got advised for 2 years by some folks who never worked in this area of the law. They were pure architects, and they didn't realize that the state has a bunch of laws that say you cannot do anything to reduce the intensity of residential development. You cannot lower ceiling heights. You cannot reduce the heights of buildings. You cannot reduce the intensity of floor area development and the like. And the Planning Commission just didn't know about that. And fair enough. Thank you for acknowledging that, Commissioner Boswell. And in our motion, what we did is we passed everything that we thought was safe, asking the city attorney, can we do this stuff? Yes. Okay, what are we doing with the rest? Some of the stuff is blatantly illegal, unlawful. We can't do it. So we said no with that. There's a bunch of stuff that's in the gray area. We said, let's study that later. That'll be going back to the Planning Commission. But in the meantime, by October, we will lose over $100,000 in grant money. We'll have to pay that back if we do not pass some objective residential standards. That's what we're doing here. If you could share, were you able to share two? Maybe it's me that's not sharing. Here we go. I passed by this house today. Just today I took this picture. I don't love that. You know, that second story could have been set back. That is a massive wall because the developer is not creative. But the state law does not allow us to require now that second story be set back. We're going to figure out what we can do to make the scale of new and size of new development consistent with existing development. But for now, we're going to fulfill our obligations to pass objective residential standards. That's it, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. City Attorney Webb.
I just wanted to point out that under the motion that passed, before it goes back to planning, you directed it come back to the council so that the council can prioritize the items that were recommended by the Planning Commission but not passed as part of that motion. So that is the actual next step, is directing which of those items should be prioritized for study by the Planning Commission.
Thank you.
Okay. I will say that what we're doing will set in motion what building will happen over the next 20 to 30 years. While $100,000 is no small amount of money to get this right, I would highly recommend we're very cautious about how we do this and not just to have $100,000, nor do we know that the state is going to claw back the $100,000. There's a history of them granting extensions on grants, granting on grants. And so I personally don't see the rush to push this through. I'm with Councilmember Narenheim on this. And also Planning Commissioner Boswell. Let's push it back to the city, to the Planning Commission, who spent a lot of time, over a year and a half, going through this and making sure that we get this right, rather than pushing through things that will have dramatic impacts on our neighborhoods over the next 20 to 30 years. So Councilmember Narenheim, you're next.
Yeah, I'll just make a motion to delay the implementation and review the implementing ordinances and send back the concerns and issues brought forward to the city council on the objective design, residential design guidelines to be sent to the planning commission and returned back to the city council by May of 2024 with updated recommendations fully reviewed by council and HCD where needed.
Okay, I will second that motion.
Thank you.
So that is a substitute motion that's on the floor. Is there anybody else that is on Zoom or on any other participants that are remote?
We do.
Say the person's name.
Okay.
We have one person on Zoom, Kyle Johnson.
Okay, please state your name and where you're from, Mr. Johnson. Thank you.
You may begin.
Hi, Kyle. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Kyle Johnson, District 1 resident. Strongly in favor of passing this housing motion. I think that we should, I don't want to lose a $100,000 grant from the state. And I want us to make sure that we pass a legally correct housing element, and that we don't break the law, and that we are allowed to build more housing in Redondo Beach that we desperately need. I'm a renter who would one day love to own a home in Redondo Beach, and I don't think that's going to be possible unless we build a lot more housing, because right now it's simply unaffordable for people like me. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else?
There is no one else at this time with their hands raised.
Okay, anybody else in the audience?
And no e-comments for the record.
Thank you. So we have a substitute motion from Councilmember Narenheim with a second from myself.
So just had a chance to look at the reso. So it will put us, it reminds me of Heart of the City in many ways. So what you'll have is, if this passes, just so.
The substitute motion.
The substitute motion, correct, is you'll have an ordinance that allows the city to enforce and utilize the residential design guidelines from 2003. However, you'll have a resolution that was previously passed that replaced the residential design guidelines with the objective residential guidelines. So arguably, you won't be able to enforce either.
So I can just update the motion and say to rescind the motion.
Yeah, that if that were before you, you could do that. So if it passes, something that would be.
So I can just amend the motion to have the resolution come back at the next council meeting.
Well, I just do it under referrals to staff. That's why I'm pointing that out, just so we're clear, because that is truly the impact of this. This is just the ordinance so that the city can enforce and apply what the council passed previously. What you don't want to do is have them at odds.
Got it. Okay, so we have a motion substitute motion from Councilmember Narenheim, seconded by myself. We will do a roll call vote on that motion. Councilmember Narenheim.
Aye.
Councilmember Carol Jerovich.
No.
Councilmember Obaji.
No.
Councilmember Barrett.
No.
And myself, the motion fails. Okay, we have the original motion by Councilmember Narenheim, seconded by Councilmember Kalajerovich. Sorry, Obaji and Kalajerovich. Okay, Councilmember Narenheim. This is your voting on the original motion.
No.
Councilmember Kalajerovich.
Aye.
Councilmember Obaji.
Aye.
Councilmember Barrett.
Aye.
And no myself. So the motion passes 3-2. Thank you. Okay.
So if I may read the ordinances into
Sure.
the record?
Yes.
That is to adopt by title only ordinance number 3260-23, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, California, adopting an ordinance amending Title 10, Chapter 5, Coastal Land Use, implementing ordinance pertaining to administrative design review and planning commission design review compliance with objective residential standards and determining such amendments as exempt from California Environmental Quality Act for second reading and adoption, and to adopt by title only ordinance number 3259-23, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, California, adopting an ordinance amending Title 10, Chapter 2, zoning and land use pertaining to administrative design review and planning commission design review compliance with objective residential standards and determining such amendments as exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act for second reading and adoption.
Thank you. Okay, on to item H19, Councilmember Barrett.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I'm going to be abstaining from any vote on H19.
Okay. Thank you. Is there any comments on H19 from the public or online?
Motion to approve H19.
Second.
Okay, motion on the floor of Councilmember Obagi, seconded by Councilmember Kalajerovich. I'll do a roll call vote. Councilmember Nierenheim.
Aye.
Councilmember Kalajerovich.
Aye.
Councilmember Obagi.
Aye.
Councilmember Barrett.
Abstain.
Okay, and I myself. Motion passes 401.
And Mayor Pro Tem, just for the record, there were no members raising their hand on Zoom as well.
And no e-comments.
Thank you. Okay, on to item H20, Councilmember Nierenheim.
Yeah, H20 is our, so everyone knows we bought a $1 million fire truck under emergency orders last, was it May, April, May-ish, right? And on the budget this year, Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem Lowenstein and I worked real hard at looking at our fire department and seeing that we had fire engines over 20 years old out in the field. In fact, we just had to borrow again a fire engine from Manhattan Beach to cover, it actually responded to a fire. So thank you very much, Manhattan Beach, big kudos to you. And this is, we put in a budget another $1 million to buy a fire engine, which we thought kind of would have covered the price. The unfortunate problem is that this price has gone up even more. And I actually have a couple questions on the funds we're getting. So if you can speak just for a second about how much more it's going and why it's costing me more, and I'll get into the other questions.
Yeah, so the initial purchase last May, we were taking advantage and actually received a discounted sale price from an order that had originally come out of Long Beach that had been canceled due to different reasons. Seagrave, the manufacturer, had as a result of that cancellation, a surplus of vehicles. They were looking for potential buyers to offload them to. We raised our hand because we were in the market for an engine at the time. We were able to receive a what I would call a discounted purchase price. As part of the budget, as you mentioned, the council set aside $1 million to buy a second Seagrave engine. We were instructed by Seagrave that another vehicle had come available. We were certainly supportive of accelerating our normal purchase process through Seagrave. The final pricing and the updated service quote was more than the $1 million. It's about, in total, when you include radios, it's about $150,000 more than the prior item that we purchased. So not still well below, I think, competitive pricing. We're still taking advantage of an existing competitively priced engine from Seagrave. So we have no qualms or concerns that this isn't a fair price. I would ask Chief Butler to come down and speak to the particulars. The one benefit we had with the prior engine is we were able to reuse our radios from that unit. Because this vehicle will be replacing a frontline vehicle in our Pierce, we want to ensure that we have quality radios in both the new rig that's coming in as well as the Pierce, which will move into reserve status. So we will have effectively our frontline reserve unit will be roughly 8 years old, Chief, I think, when that's done. So if you could, Pat, go ahead and explain some of the particulars.
Patrick Butler, Fire Chief. Good evening, Councilman, as Mayor Pro Tem. The acquisition of this second Seagrave was a really big win for the fire department. In fact, Seagrave allowed us to do a change order and to essentially open up the old contract and say, you know what we'll do, rather than start this all over, we'll do a change order. And I think there was somewhere in the area of $66,000 more price difference between the time we bought that rig and put this one in. In addition to that, the first Seagrave we bought that the council approved, we repurposed radios off an old American France apparatus we had and put those in. Now this apparatus will need new radios for two reasons. One is we're going to take one of the existing radios and put it in one of our utility vehicles that we're going to get on the front line soon. And second to that, the NFPA has a requirement that they want us to have at least a radio system in reserve for emergency communications. So you're going to have two brand new engine companies, probably no other city around here right now has rigs of that year and make, and that's kind of the background. But the price went up because of both radios and an increase in the cost from Seagrave. And Chief Daly is here, who's our apparatus expert and can speak to the specificity and granular detail.
The only question I have regarding the radios is we're taking out $34,000 out of the emergency communications fund. And I know that fund is significantly underfunded. Are we still going to be able to have a mid-year refill that?
Yeah, what will happen, this will accelerate the radio acquisition. So that fund amortizes radio cost over the lifespan of the radios, just like we do for all of our other emergency equipment, communications equipment and apparatus. So we'll, by way of accelerating this purchase, which is a little ahead of schedule, the gap in what has been saved for those radios versus what is now being appropriated will be recovered through next year's allocation methodology, and we will accelerate the annualized contribution to the fund accordingly. We make these adjustments at mid-year every year based on actual purchases and historical record. So we will adjust upward the charge back for these radios, but we do have some money saved in the fund specific to this replacement. So it is a little bit ahead of schedule.
I believe part of the budget motion that was passed, we're going to be looking at the emergency communications fund.
Yeah, we'll be coming back.
And we'll be coming back
and
to
diving into that in a little more detail as a kind of a workshop item, so we can talk about that and how these types of changes would affect it. In a purchase like this, when we accelerate a vehicle purchase that say we'll take a fire engine, right? Call it $1 million buy or $1.1 million buy. If we have saved 50% of that cost, that additional $500,000 plus then now needs to be charged back and amortized over a shorter period of time. That might cost the operating department somewhere between $30,000 and $40,000 additional a year, depending on the vehicle's life and schedule of amortization. For radios, when you're talking about an accelerated purchase of $34,000, $35,000, it isn't going to be a material hit to the annualized operating budget, but we will have to adjust for the line item acquisition.
Okay, perfect. And yeah, we're going to get in this, like you said, 3 years earlier than what we would have, if we would have tried to order it today. So you can imagine what the price would have been in 3 years from now.
Been a lot
contract
more.
price today.
And we're still getting, I think, a better than market price based on leveraging this Seagrave purchase. So, no, we're thrilled about it. I think it makes a lot of sense. I think it was wise of the council to appropriate the $1 million it did as part of the budget. We will have, to the chief's point, we will have one of the youngest fleets operating in the area after these two units come online.
Ours.
Hopefully.
Because the original Seagrave we purchased is coming due next month.
It should be, yeah. We saw pictures already. It's coming down the assembly line, so probably November-ish. Chief Daly can get more details on that. That's quick. And this one will be, they put a performance clause in this, so I think it's 365 days from today is what their expectation to get us a rig. And normally, like you've talked about before, it's 36 to 42 months. So we're well ahead. We really appreciate the council's support on this. It's been fantastic.
Yeah, absolutely. So then we'll have a 2018 engine and 2015 engine, and we'll have two new engines, and we'll have two 15 and 17 in reserve.
That's correct.
Yeah, 15. That's what's kind of, we'll have our oldest reserve engine will be a 15 at that point, which is.
I'll just forewarn you now that 2015 Pierce, by the time we get through all of this, 2025, that's 10 years of service, and we're running our equipment hard. We'll probably be needing to start looking at funding another one. So that's all. I'll make a motion to approve item H20.
Okay, is there a second? Okay. Councilmember Nierenheim with the primary, Councilmember Obaji with the second. Would anybody in the audience like to speak to this item? Okay, anybody on Zoom remote or e-comments?
There are no hands raised on Zoom.
Okay, anybody on the?
And no e-comments.
Nobody on the console. Okay, so there's a motion on the floor and a second. I'll do a roll call vote. Councilmember Nierenheim.
Aye.
Councilmember Keller-Jarovich.
Aye.
Councilmember Obaji.
Aye.
Councilmember Barrett.
Aye.
And I myself passes 5-0. Thank you. Okay. Item H24, Councilmember Obaji.
Sure, I pulled this because it was in reference to a fourth agreement with the county, but I didn't see the fourth agreement attached to the item. And then also, I'd previously been asking about how much the city of Redondo Beach actually spends on our pallet shelter and our homeless response. And I haven't really been able to get a clear answer because apparently we get money from a lot of different sources. But here, these agreements historically provide that we are essentially, paying the county or contributing with the county significant chunks of money. So I just wanted to get clarity on both this fourth agreement, what its form is, and also how much it is that we're contributing and why we need a fourth agreement at this time.
Okay, so we need the fourth agreement because the third agreement ends at the end of this month. And we're been working diligently with the county to both explore the extension that the council directed, that if we can find the money, the council wanted us to do so. And when we have we're not quite ready yet, we'll bring back in the future a comprehensive report, because we do in fact receive millions of dollars from different sources. In this case, it's permanent local. Let me start with, we just got the form of the agreement. It had to be changed. There were errors in the one the county submitted. It's blue foldered. And you'll see it's essentially just extending it for another year.
At the same terms as the third amendment?
Yes.
Okay.
We identified permanent local housing allocation funds, and we did that through Ashley O, who works in the CEO's office of the county and the housing initiative. She indicated that we could use our permanent local housing allocation. Turns out the city had not been applying for those, even though it's allocated to the city, and therefore, just before the deadline, our office worked with the city manager's office to get that allocated, and that allocation will be sufficient to cover the entire city contribution.
For the Fourth Amendment?
For the next year.
Got it. And historically, this money has been available, but we haven't pursued it?
Yes.
Got it.
So, and the city contribution is, and it's varied, but it's gone down to $26,607.21 per month, which will be which will be entirely covered by the state funding for the permanent local housing allocation. So there was state money out there. Great kudos to Joy Ford for following up on Ashley O's suggestion, and we really appreciate our county partners for identifying all the sorts of funds that we could get. You previously this evening approved the I think this is H24, H25, which was us receiving $235,000 from the COG, which was a large portion of the money that was available to all cities. So you've given direction to support these programs if we can find the money. So we're diligently working to find the money.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you for that explanation, because I obviously wasn't here. So it just didn't want to approve something without having any information on it besides the predecessor agreement. So motion to approve H24.
Second.
Okay, Councilmember Obaji with the primary, Councilmember Kalajarevich with the second. Is there anybody in the audience that would like to speak to this item? And is there anybody remotely or on?
Actually, someone just raised their hand. Brianna Egan.
Okay.
You may begin.
Hello, Brianna Egan, District 1. I just want to express my strong support for the city's homelessness response program. I think it's been very effective and also very multi-leveled across departments to really provide solutions. So just want to congratulate Redondo Beach and the city council and the city attorney for leading the way forward on the homelessness response in the South Bay and Southern California. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else?
There's no one else raising their hand at this time, and there are no e-comments for the record.
Thank you. Okay, so there's a motion on the floor in a second. I'll have a roll call vote. Councilmember Nierenheim.
Aye.
Councilmember Kalajarvich.
Aye.
Councilmember Obaji.
Aye.
Councilmember Barrett.
Aye.
And I myself. Motion passes 5-0. Thank you. Okay, we're done with consent calendar items. Now on to public participation in non-agenda items. This is your chance to speak to items that are not on tonight's agenda, so make sure that that your items are not on the agenda. We have 30 minutes. It is 6:50 now. We will go to, with the cards we have, and then anybody else that would like to speak will have 3 minutes to do so, either in person or remotely. So the first card I have is Lena Carrillo, and then after Lena is Ron Morocco. So Lena.
Okay. Hi there, good evening. Lena Carrillo, President of the Redondo Beach Professional and Supervisory Association, as well as there's other employees here from the other three miscellaneous bargaining units across various departments as well. Tonight, I wanted to share with you some emails from earlier this month sent by a city resident commending one of our public works managers, which is represented by PSA, as well as staff in our sewer division represented by Teamsters, as well as their CEA employees in Public Works as well. The subject of the email is extraordinary level of service, commitment, and professionalism. The resident goes on to say that she ran into a sewer division staff member while he was conducting a routine check, at which time she voiced a concern. The staff member reached out to his Public Works manager, which, quote, immediately came over in person and brought his team with lightning speed efficiency and technical know-how. The city was able to address the issue, and she further states, quote, I can't thank them enough for the professionalism they displayed. She further goes on to say that her issues almost made her reconsider living in Redondo, but, quote, the sewer department of Public Works has brought back the peace of mind I needed to envision a life here. I can't thank them enough. I would like all of Redondo Beach to know of their incredible service level of excellence, reliability, and professionalism. I think this displays your employees' commitment to your mission statement of providing the finest services. So why do I bring this up? To reiterate again, according to your own salary study that the city spent over $33,000 to a consultant to complete, the Teamster employees are paid an average 18% below market for their respective positions across other public sector agencies. The Public Works Manager position in the PSA group, which supervises the Teamsters positions, his base salary is 41% below market. The manager, whom this resident wrote, immediately came out in person and brought his team. How many managers do you know would actually go out in person? But he did, and provided, quote, an extraordinary level of service. And you pay him 41% below what any of the surrounding cities pay their public works managers. And you know what else he'll be doing? He'll be responding all weekend to make sure Beach Ranch runs smoothly. And by the way, that public works manager, he's worked for the city over 20 years, worked his way up the ranks in public works. He was here at the 9-5 meeting. He's here tonight as well. At the 9-5 meeting, he had his 2 little girls. You tell his little girls why they should give up their weekend with their dad for a music festival, and their dad is paid practically half of what other cities pay their managers. We've reached this point because prior councils for the last 10 years plus have given only a meager 0.5% a year increase to salaries. It's basically taken what were once great careers and turned them into just a job. Do right by your employees in these current negotiations. Make a significant investment immediately to bring our salaries to market. Look beyond just small salary adjustments that hardly put a dent into the heart of the problem. Your employees are dedicated, hardworking, and knowledgeable. Don't let that fire burn out because it might. Make the investment to recognize your extraordinary employees as your residents recognize them. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I get a motion to receive and file?
Second.
Okay. Anybody objecting?
Second.
Okay. Me and
So
then,
moved.
yes, that'll be me. Okay, thank you. Okay, Ron Morocco.
Members of the council, Thank you for letting me speak before you, Ron Morocco, District 3. I am very happy to actually go after this group because I do want to also thank a lot of people and recognize exemplary service from two people that are staff people in the room. Michelle Pineda, who actually helped put together the Ito Family Open Space dedication. I saw her in the audience. And Michael Klein, who has shown tremendous objectivity in coming up when making things happen when things need to be happen. I did want to come originally because we'd had the Ito Family Open Space dedication yesterday. We ran out of programs, and the person who didn't get the program was our city manager. So I brought him 2 programs. He's not here, so I'll give it to his assistant at this point. And I did bring some for the actual council, which I will pass out.
Motion to receive and file.
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
I want to commend Councilmember Kelly Rovich for doing a wonderful job and making everybody feel welcome, and for Councilmember Nierenheim for coming as well. He's shown a tremendous interest in our community, and so I appreciate that. I do want to thank the council for actually making this happen by recognizing this family by passing the resolution, which you'll see in the middle of the program. And if you do need extra programs for your people in your community, I can print out some more. I also want to thank our city manager. As you may know, I've been trying to get information about a missing historical display case. And I did call out Director Seaman at one of the Public Works meetings. I'm not coming back to your meeting to do it. They have actually track down the little story behind it. So I'm very pleased to say that I believe that my records request has been closed, and I can give the council an update ultimately on that. I was hoping the city attorney could be here to confirm with me that my records request is closed. So thank you again for passing this resolution. Hopefully we can get the concept, which is on the back of the brochure, funded so that we can actually further recognize the community's interest in this topic. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anybody else like to speak on non-agenda items? So please step up to the podium. Thank you. And please tell us who you are and where you're from.
Hi, I'm Nikki Negretti Mitchell, District 3. And I finally get an opportunity to, first of all, I want to thank Councilmember Kalodarovich and Public Works and Traffic Engineering for putting that keep clear designation at my intersection so I can get home and without getting flipped off. And it helped me immediately on the very first day. It was very helpful. And so I just want to thank them, everybody involved for that. That was Public Works and Traffic Engineering. So I guess that's it. I just wanted to say that. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else like to speak this evening? Okay, anybody on Zoom remotely?
There's no one raising their hand on Zoom and no e-comments.
Okay, that was quick. Okay, thank you. Now on to public hearings. Can I have ex parte on this first hearing, which is L1? Councilmember Nierenheim.
You know, I didn't even talk to staff on this, and no other council members on this, actually. Members of the public.
Councilmember Kalodarovich.
We spoke with residents, staff, and Councilman Obaji.
Okay, Councilmember Obaji.
The public, Councilmember Kalodarovich, the mayor at some point long ago, and staff.
Councilmember Barrett.
I spoke with Mayor Pro Tem, which is Councilmember Lowenstein, and city staff and residents of Redondo Beach.
Thank you. And I spoke with Councilmember Barrett, the mayor a while ago, and I believe I talked to staff a while ago, and the public. Okay, so can I get a motion then to open the public hearing for L1?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, anyone opposed? Councilmember Obaji and Councilmember Narenheim. Okay, Mr. Smoothie.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Good evening to yourself and City Council. The item tonight is introducing an ordinance that would repeal the ban on general food sales at service stations. And Lucy, if you could pull up the presentation, please.
Presentation.
And so currently, the city has an ordinance in place that prohibits the concurrent sales of general food items, which is a category inclusive of beer and wine at service stations. And so tonight, give you a little history on that because it predates some of the council members that are here. This item was referred to staff in 2022, and then we presented options to council in later in 2022. And then February 21st council meeting, we brought it to council who voted to repeal the ban and directed staff to develop an ordinance and take it to the planning commission, which was done on April 20th. Or actually, in between those, the referral was amended to repeal the ban only in the inland area of the city, and then it was taken to the Planning Commission, which voted not to recommend the ordinance that's before you tonight. So that's the general history. And then to go over our current regulations, in 1971, the city passed an ordinance that allowed service stations only to sell incidental convenience items, which is a class of goods that's generally thought of, you might find in a convenience store, soft drinks, candy, cigarettes, other small items, not larger food items. And so this ordinance is still valid. In 1987, state law came about that basically said no new laws could be put in place that prohibit the concurrent sale of general food items at service stations when service station and general food sales are prohibited in that area. So no new ordinances can be passed. However, because ours predates that 1987 law, our law is still valid. And if concurrent sales are allowed, it would be governed by the Business and Professions Code, which allows for that prohibition as long as that beer and wine sales is part of a larger class of groceries. And in this case, that general food category satisfies that requirement. And if the repeal is granted, this same Business and Professions Code also sets the minimum regulations that would need to be in place for that to take place. But it also allows the opportunity for council to add additional regulations or requirements in that process, should you choose to adopt the ordinance. And so we know how this applies across the city. So there are 11 service stations citywide. 9 of those are in the inland zone, which are represented by the fuchsia colored gas icons there. And then beyond that, just to give you, information on the beer and alcohol sales, there are 196 on-premise locations, which are things like bars, restaurants that sell beer and wine liquor. And there are also 50 off-premise ABC licenses that are within the city, which these are things like liquor stores or convenience stores. And so they do not allow for on-premise consumption. And so as discussed with the Business and Professions Code, these are the items that are required to be in any ordinance that would allow for the concurrent sales of beer and wine at service stations. And you see can't be displayed within 5 feet, no ads at fuel islands, can't have drive-in windows, no alcohol in tubs, no self-illuminated signs, and then also the requirement that employees working at the location between 10 p.m. and 2 a.m. must be at least 21 years old to sell beer and wine. And so as discussed previously briefly, there is the opportunity for council to introduce additional requirements beyond this floor. And so in the draft ordinance that's presented tonight, these are items that are included that are up to the discretion of council. This was in research with our planning department, looking at other jurisdictions. These are items that are often included in other ordinances and CUP processes that do regulate the concurrent sales of this general food category at service stations. And so in there, and for your discretion and approval, is compliance with all ABC provisions. Would just apply to beer and wine, not hard liquor. A limit on to 25% of retail floor space. And I found in other jurisdictions they would say limit alcohol, beer and wine sales to 30% of gross receipts. But then in talking to them, that's something they didn't have the staff power to actually go through and audit individual locations and see what their gross receipts actually tallied out to. So in talking to them, they recommended a retail floor space limitation that a code enforcement officer could go in and actually make an efficient count of what's in place. And we also have in there a prohibition on single serving containers. Any advertisement would be prohibited that is visible from the exterior with relation to alcohol items. And then basically that would be complementary to the business district that it resides in with no negative impacts to the community, which would be determined through the CUP process. And then also we found in several jurisdictions a prohibition on electronic games, which kind of addresses a loitering, something where someone might have a single serving container, stay, play a video game, and enjoy that beverage there. And so if the ordinance is approved, the concurrent sale would be governed by the CUP process. So the same conditions for approval and revocation that exist for any other CUP. And then also specifically to the beer and wine component, a location could be denied the ability to sell beer and wine if granting that license would create an undue concentration. And that's a two-pronged test. So there's one that goes by census tract. And so the LA County sets a level of per capita off-sale licenses. And so for LA County, it's 1,605 residents per location selling beer and wine. And then there's also a crime statistic related, where basically if the crimes in a given reporting district where this location resides, if their crime statistics exceed the city average by over 20%, then it could be considered an undue concentration. But even if those thresholds are surpassed, the council or planning commission could still grant that CUP based on public convenience or necessity. And so that flexibility does exist. Let's see. And so possible action before you deny it, you could deny the ordinance and the prohibition would remain in effect. Or you could proceed with the ordinance as drafted or as modified if you wanted to take a look at any of those additional items that were placed in above and beyond what the Business and Professions Code states. And then you could, adopt that proposed ordinance or amended ordinance that would update Redondo Beach Municipal Code to add the CUP process to regulate the concurrent sales of general food items at service stations. And so that concludes my presentation. I'm here to answer any questions you may have.
I actually have two questions. One is why prohibit single serving individual containers?
So that was something that I found in other jurisdictions, and in reading through and talking to people from those jurisdictions, it was more limiting the opportunity for someone to grab that single serving container that may consume it on premises, whereas someone, just following the logic of it, if you have a 6-pack of beer, you're most likely taking it home. A 12-pack of beer, it's something that's not going to be consumed in one sitting. So that was something that's one of the optional provisions that could be taken out by council, but it was just something that I believe in talking to other jurisdictions was just to address the potential for on-site consumption and creation of public nuisance.
So an individual container of alcohol would not be a bottle of wine?
I don't believe so. No, it's more, and since putting this in the ordinance, it found, a limitation on, size, whether it's the ounces or type of, it could become more specific to specifically address that does not include a single bottle of wine.
Okay. And then why not allow alcohol to be sold in a tub of ice? What's the issue there?
That's one of the Business and Profession Code standards. So that's one that has to be there. So that's something that's just completely written into their interpretation of it. And I think that is another item where it'd be mostly single serving containers and something just kind of a grab and go, as opposed to someone picking up sort of that general food or grocery item that's more geared towards offsite consumption. Okay.
And then my last question is, did the Planning Commission give a reason for voting this down?
Yeah, they had found a study from the Los Angeles County Public Health Agency that cited statistics linking the preponderance of or concentration of off-sale alcohol locations to negative alcohol-related incomes or outcomes. So they felt it just wasn't beneficial to the health and welfare of the community.
Okay, great. Thank you. Okay, Councilmember Obaji.
All right, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you, Mr. Smoot for preparing this. So I'd like to make some changes to the conditions a little bit here. For example, display area of alcohol beverages may not exceed 25% of the retail space. I mean, that's reasonable. Frankly, I think it should be less, but in any event, I would like a person, if they walk into a service station, not to be able to see alcohol from the entry point. So they should be, the alcohol should be shelved in the most discreet place possible, so that it's not in direct eye shot upon walking in. And actually, to remark on what the Planning Commission found, they drew causation from correlation, which is a logical fallacy. Just because two things coincide doesn't mean that they're causal. Nonetheless, even if we assume that they're causal, we can mitigate the risks associated with the increased existence of alcohol sales from increased consumption. I do agree with not consuming, not permitting single servings, because if a transient person comes in and they want to buy a single serving, they're going to go outside and likely consume it in public unlawfully. In addition, if a young kid is trying to buy some alcohol, I imagine they don't have enough money, or they shouldn't, hopefully don't have enough money for a large serving, and is going to pay somebody $5 or $3 to get one tall boy or such. So agree with that. In addition to, so I guess that's conditions C and E, combining those two, where the display area shall not be visible from the entry and shall be as discreet as objectively possible, I suppose. I don't know how we can objectify that condition. And I would also like the coolers to be locked until the cashier verifies that the person who's going to access the cooler is of age. So I think the standard that a lot of retail shops use is that if the person appears under 30 years of at 30 years of age, then they have to card them. But whatever the standard is for these retailers that they got to abide by, that they should verify that before they even unlock the cooler. And one of the gas station owners had testified previously that they have a control to be able to unlock the refrigerators from the cash register. Is that clear?
Yeah, and I have it pulled up behind you. I'm trying to kind of capture it as you go. So the yellow, highlighted in yellow, are the optional items that were discussed in the presentation. The green items were the items that you've brought up so far.
Right. Well, I support all of these items coming in. I'm just modifying some of them. So, and there was something about the advertising. Okay, no beer or wine advertising shall be located on gasoline islands, and no lighting advertising for beer or wine shall be located on buildings or in windows. Okay, I want to make it broader I than that. I don't just want, if we can light up.
There's J too. Did you read J?
J, no advertising. Okay.
J was one of the conditional items that was added in addition to the business and professions.
Yeah, that's what I was going to go for, is I don't want cold beer, if they are selling cold beer, I don't want it to be visible from outside. A person shouldn't know it unless they walk in and they happen to see it in the corner, or they just know that that place sells cold beer or whatever it may be.
Does J as is satisfy that? No advertising or signage indicating the availability of beer and wine shall be visible from the exterior?
Sure, or from the entrance as soon as you walk in, right? Shouldn't it say big Bud Light sign at the entrance and the like? You know, this should be very discreet if it's going to be sold. Because the object of this, folks, is not to permit people to sell alcohol at gas stations. It's to permit gas stations to be able to make revenue from alternative sources from general food sales. Specifically, Mr. Shahimi here wanted to sell ice cream, Haagen-Dazs ice cream, at his gas station, convert his garage to a Haagen-Dazs ice cream store. But the law only allows us to either go full-fledged grocery sales with alcohol or none at all. And with the change in vehicles moving from gas to electricity, with the high price of gas, high taxation of gas, these gas station owners need to look to alternative means to survive in this expensive neighborhood. No other changes on my part. So with those, I would with those changes, I'd support this passing.
Okay.
And just to be clear, all we would be doing tonight is introducing it for first reading. We'd be bringing back for adoption the final version at a later council meeting.
All right.
And it would be effective theoretically there 30 days after.
All right, thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Nierenheim.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. So did BCHD present at the Planning Commission meeting on April 20th for this?
They
item?
did.
And
Yep.
what were their comments?
They commented just that they had similar rationale to what that study had, that increased availability of alcohol off sale could potentially lead to increased usage by minors. And just that generally they did not support the addition of any additional sales locations in the city.
What's our density of alcohol allowable licenses for sale as compared to other communities? Are we more dense or less dense?
I'll defer to interim community development director.
Acting.
Acting, sorry, acting.
It varies by jurisdiction. Some of the jurisdictions I'm aware of a few in the South Bay. I think the ratio is 1 per 1,000 population for off sale. And I think we're below that. Yeah.
We're at 50.
We're at 50. Okay.
To the 70,000 Aren't we higher than a lot of other communities?
Well, I don't think I'd rather not just shoot from the hip on this. I mean, to Sean's point, the standard it seems to be that 1 per 1,000 residents for retail sales. What we're probably higher on is the licenses for on-premises consumption, meaning restaurants, bars, et cetera. So we're at close to 200 of those licenses for our 70,000 residents. I imagine there are many communities that have far fewer restaurants with alcohol licenses in their communities. But given the visiting nature of our area and our coastal community, that I would say we're comparable with other beach communities or communities like ours that receive a number of visitors.
So I'm philosophically opposed to having this ban in place. In fact, I was opposed to this ban when it came first into fruition when I was here in the council chambers as a resident in November of 2016. And since being on the council, I've seen the effect that this ban has had, which is a very positive net effect. And the problems associated with the net effect were homelessness, issues surrounding public intoxication. These issues haven't gone around community-wide. It's a systemic issue. We've done great progress. I know our police department was not in favor of lifting this ban. And some of the studies that weren't mentioned but were used were National Library of Medicine, National Center for Biotechnology Information. I'm going to read real quick a couple of parts of the paragraphs. So the first one here is background. Numerous studies have found that areas with higher alcohol establishment densities are more likely to have higher violent crime rates. But many of these studies did not assess the differential effects of a type of establishments of the effects on multiple categories of crime. So then there was two other studies in particular, that looked and said, talked about the effects of having higher density of alcohol sales in communities and the effect on the multiple categories of crime. And they specifically studied that and whether or not the strength of these associations varies by the type of violent crime, whether on-premise establishments, bars, restaurants, versus off-premise establishments, liquor and convenience stores. First study said, results of this study combined with earlier findings provide more evidence that community leaders should be cautious about increasing the density of alcohol establishments within their neighborhoods. The second study here, while there is overwhelming data supporting the association between alcohol outlet density and violent crime, there remains conflicting findings on whether or not on or off-premise outlets have a stronger association. They did a big study on this, and then they came with a conclusion of access to outlets that allow for off-site consumption had a greater association with violent crime than outlets that only permit on-site consumption. The lack of effective measures to keep order in and around off-premise location outlets could attract or multiply violent crime. You know, a lot of the issues that we're seeing today in our society come from people that have addiction issues. Until we really solve those issues in our community and broader scope in the South Bay and LA County as a whole, I would not be a fan of lifting this ban. There are 2 gas stations in my district that actually have alcohol licenses and would be eligible for this amendment. I'm not in favor of this right now, maybe at a future date, but right now I would not be in favor. We just had a DUI, a suspected DUI car crash with a fatality on Artesia Boulevard. In addition to one on PCH a few months ago, many other locations, you know, making alcohol easier to get to, especially for certain segments of our population, I don't think is something we need to make available. If the place is already allowing alcohol, you know, allowing that to extend past midnight, that's fine. We have plenty of bars. We have a very high concentration as compared to other communities for the amount of licenses that are available. I can't go with this right now because we have too many other issues to deal with. The benefit versus gain is what I look at on this. And the benefit is for very few select retailers. And that's a huge gain. But it's a massive loss. So for the community, we're going to have a significant increase in our services that we give out. So homeless services that we're already dealing with, crime, police calls, calls for service. I just don't see the benefit being there. So as a whole to our community. So right now I would not vote for this. I want to keep things the way they are. Thank you.
Hey, Councilmember Kalajarovich.
Yeah, I just want to make a comment about if we're going to be talking about underage drinking, the purchase of alcohol is illegal for minors. So they are not the ones buying the alcohol. It is parents. They're getting it from their house. They're going to get it in other ways. It is not sales at gas stations that kids are buying alcohol from. So I think that argument, it doesn't hold in this space. I believe that this is an undue burden on a specific type of business. There are several areas of the city where you can not buy alcohol at the gas station, but go across the street and buy alcohol. I think we are really challenging our businesses to become creative. And I think with this ordinance, we're giving them some tools to do that and succeed. You know, if we're not helpful in some ways, a lot of these businesses aren't going to be successful, and that hurts our economy here in Redondo. So I would support this.
Okay, Councilmember Barrett.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I did have some questions for our city manager regarding the conditional use permit process, both for the public at large and for my own education. So who would review and decide on a request for a conditional use permit by a gas station owner for this?
Yeah, my understanding would be that the applicant would pursue through our planning counter an application for a conditional use permit for their site. That matter would be reviewed initially by our planning personnel and then carried forward to the Planning Commission for consideration. Planning Commission's actions can be definitive if they are not appealed. In the event that those actions are appealed, they would be brought forward to the City Council for final determination. In this case, we, I think, have a fairly limited CUP review scope. Sean, you might want to comment on what would be reviewed as per the regulations and how it's currently drafted in the ordinance. Certainly, the prohibitions that have been listed specifically in the ordinance as drafted, in some instances could be modified to be then referred to the CUP process. They don't have to be an outright prohibition. They could be upon consideration on a case-by-case basis, or you can take it a step further and make them more prescriptive. That's ultimately in the council's discretion based on the research that's been performed. But Sean, why don't you comment a little bit on what the CUP considerations would include for an application of this type.
Sure. Thank you, Mike. Members of the City Council. So as Mike described, the conditional use permit process comes into the planning division, routed. We take it on to the planning commission. And right now, we have a chapter in our municipal code called special use regulations. So for use related to alcohol, we would look to that. For example, for a liquor store, there are some additional special use regulations that we would deal with, and then we'd roll those into the conditions of approval and encumber the project, with those additional conditions of approval. Now, we actually have some interesting anomalies in our ordinance currently with respect to, let's say, another food and beverage sales definition, which is currently what, let's say, a similar 7-Eleven would fall into. Those are defined as not including liquor. You have to go to the liquor definition to understand, how that's handled, and that requires a CUP. But you go to the liquor definition, liquor stores, and there's a threshold there for sales of, food and beverage. But the threshold to qualify as a liquor store is 50% of the square footage. So if it doesn't fall under that, the 7-Eleven is food and beverage sales less than 50%. So it's not a liquor store, and it's permitted by right. So we have no opportunity for conditions on that. So there's
This would be, in effect, more prescriptive for the gas stations, right? This would be specific. Clearly, the state has weighed in on this issue as it pertains to gas stations. So we'd almost have, in a sense, if this were to be approved and adopted, we would have three categories. You'd have a liquor store that would have kind of its CUP conditions. You'd have the 7-Eleven that would be somewhere in between a gas station and a liquor store that would have its conditions. And then we would have the gas station requirements that are described in this ordinance. So
there would gas station requirements described in this ordinance for purposes of the CUP are much more restrictive.
They are. There's I mean, the way this is drafted, you have, I mean, per Councilmember Obaji's point, we have really incorporated in this drafting many of the more restrictive regulations that we adopted from other communities pertaining to this type of activity. So you
Let me jump in before I.
Yeah.
And those restrictions that would be part of a conditional use permit cannot be waived or revised or amended by the Planning Commission?
Yeah, it depends on the discretion that you ultimately provide. If we list these items in the ordinance as drafted as prohibitions, they won't even be under consideration. That will be a requirement of the CUP. That'll be a built-in condition to the application. If we give discretion, as an example, I think we have the conversation about hours of operation or hours of sale being consistent with neighborhoods. Ultimately, it'd be the Planning Commission that would determine what that sort of time frame would look like that would be compatible with the neighborhood. If you wanted to extend the CUP discretion beyond that type of regulation, you can do that in other areas and make it on a case-by-case basis. What we've proposed for you is a more restrictive version of the ordinance that is truly governing and limiting the access to alcohol as best we can under the law.
Okay. And then so under the CUP, to your point, the conditions, there are some items with some discretion. The proposed hours, as you referenced, the proposed hours of operation for the use are complementary to the business district in which the use is located and will not negatively impact other uses.
Correct.
Is that the type of discretion you're referring to?
Exactly. So somebody has to determine what that looks like on a neighborhood by neighborhood basis or district by district basis. That would be the Planning Commission that was doing that.
And then if I may, Mayor Pro Tem, continue with a few more questions about the CUP. And so if there was a violation of the CUP conditions, who would make that, first of all, who would raise it, and then who would make that determination, and then what would be the process to address it?
So we would receive complaints based on operations. Code enforcement would, with police, our police department would investigate and follow up on those complaints, evaluate those complaints. If they, in our view, were consistent and pervasive enough to trigger the standard for revocation, which I think is laid out in the ordinance, we would then we would administer or initiate the process for consideration of that revocation. So that is built into the code, that is built into the ordinance as drafted. We have an ability based on findings to determine that this would be a disallowed use. That was something we felt important in the event that we had an operator effectively abuse our requirements.
Okay. And in the ordinance, there's reference to the termination and revocation process. Is there also the details of, who would make that ultimate? I mean, I'm seeing it in here a little bit. Is it expanded upon elsewhere?
Luke, do you want to opine on that or share? I think it would follow our traditional practice and process unless we've got more prescriptive language in this particular ordinance. Typically in that case, it's referred to code enforcement. There's an evaluation. Yeah. We determine if there's a consistency here of actions that warrant the revocation consideration. We don't make that administratively. I believe it goes back to the Planning Commission for consideration. Their determination is ultimately appealable to you all for final discussion.
Okay, thank you for that. And then focusing just, if we could, on that condition that the language ensuring that the proposed hours of operation are complementary and will not negatively impact the surrounding business district. Is this a common term and condition we have in other areas for our CUP process? And the reason why I ask is, what specifically does that mean?
Well, it depends on the neighborhood, the context. When we notice a project, we'll get feedback from the neighborhood. The level, let's say the intensity of the zoning will, there'll be a higher density multifamily versus single family. There's some, expectations for the, let's say, intensity of the commercial activity is a little difference between multifamily and single family. So it really varies by that neighborhood and the feedback we get from the neighborhood.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And if there's loitering or other nuisances that are perceived to have resulted from the granting of a CUP, loitering or other nuisances, would that fall under any of these CUP conditions? And yeah, go ahead.
Well, typically we'll have a condition that in addition to the conditions you see here on a standard conditional use permit, that references future nuisances and the process of referring it back for potential revocation.
You're saying the Planning Commission could include that, or that's in here in the ordinance?
It's not, I don't believe it's in here now.
It's not in here specifically, but it's in the standard language governing CUP process in the city.
Standard language?
That's how.
Or we have a standard condition to that effect on almost every conditional use permit.
Okay. Because I think that's the idea. What we don't want to see is a negative sea change on the aggregate or even at a specific location where things get bad. And we want to be able to address that and change it and take it away temporarily or permanently if needed until that's addressed. That's why I'm asking. So is that mechanism in place where if this was passed, we could address that? Nuisances, loitering, things like that tied to the granting of a CUP permit, if you know.
Yeah, by adding the revocation, clearly referencing the revocation potential and aligning that with our traditional process and code, I believe the answer is yes.
Yes.
As written here without doing more.
Yes.
The ordinance as written would cover that because of what's in place elsewhere.
I'll let Cheryl and Luke confirm that, but I believe the answer is yes.
So if you look under subsection A, it says all applicants requesting a conditional use permit for general food sales, incidental sales, and rentals shall comply with the requirements contained in section 10.2.2506 relating to the application process, the hearing process, the appeal process, the termination process, and revocation process, in addition to the provisions detailed in this section.
Okay.
So if you refer back to our general CUP section, it does list criteria, one of which is welfare, safety and welfare issues. If you wanted to make it more specific, I would suggest you could include it in this section regarding, if there are instances of certain types of nuisances and so forth, or if there are specific concerns that you want addressed, my suggestion would be to include it in this ordinance that we're amending and that is before the council. but it is covered under the general sections under the CUP.
Okay, thank you for that. I'm going to take my own time to look at 10-2-506, not take up any more of the council's time on this, and if I have other questions, I'll come back. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. Councilmember Obaji.
All right, if we could hear from the public.
Okay, I'd like to open this up to the public. First, we'll start with the orange cards, and then we'll go to anybody else who would like to come up to the podium to speak. So the first person I have is Michael Grady. And after Michael will be Bashik Shimoff.
My name is Michael Grady. I run Independent Repair and Tire Pros right next to the mobile gas station at Englewood and Artesia. I really wish that the alcohol wasn't tied to this and we could have just gotten the immediate consumption removed, but the alcohol is tied, so I'm going to spend my time on the alcohol side of it. Also, too, more important to me, the mobile gas station, or Exxon gas station now, it used to be mobile, next to me, is financially struggling now because of what's happening with gas. The multiple chargers that they're going to put into that facility, the Haagen-Dazs ice cream store, the sandwich shop, the mini market, it all makes sense to me. The reality is, if this doesn't happen, he's likely not to stay in business for years to come. He's been my neighbor for 45 years, so this is important to me. The motoring public is still going to be addressed by this, as my shop will absorb his auto shop. And for me, I want to thank all of you for all the time you spent on this, pro or against, you guys have spent time on it and the city has spent time on it. We really appreciate it. But I really don't see the alcohol as the big problem here. The big problem is he needs to be able to bring this gas station in to alliance with what all is happening with the mall being built and what we're hoping to do with Artesia Boulevard. And without this, that's not going to happen. And I hope you'll really consider that. And you've put in every safeguard you can probably put in for the alcohol side of it. I don't see it as a big issue. You guys have 250 places to buy beer and wine in the city, and you're talking about maybe 5 of the gas stations are going to add it. So instead of 250, you have 255. I think everybody has the ability to buy beer and wine. And at our particular location, there's a liquor store across the street. They can park their car and walk over there and get beer. And I think that's the case with other stations. There's just too many places close to them to be able to buy beer and alcohol. That's all I really have to say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Bashir is next, and then after Bashir is Don Zerla.
Good evening. My name is Bashir Shahimi. I'm the owner of Mobile Station 2714 Artesia Boulevard. Basically, I got the plan approved for remodeling my station in 2022. I just wanted to diversify, bring a Haagen-Dazs ice cream, some sandwiches, and some healthy food to just bring it in so we can stay in business. As of today, the way the business is going, the gas price is going almost $6.50 per gallon. The people think that the prices goes up, we make more money. Actually, in reality, the taxes are higher and the credit card fees are going up when we make less money. People are buying less gas. On top of that, these days, all these electrical cars kind of damaging. We can't sell as much gas as we used to sell. We used to sell 5,000 gallon. As of today, we sold 1,900 gallon. The margin is, if I would have not had a contract with Exxon, I would have not had sell a gallon of gas today. What's this difference it makes if I can rent a shop down the street and make it a liquor store, and you guys can grant me a little beer and wine and not at my station? There's no difference. The only thing, we are selling gas. That's why we are suffering. Since it's been 15 years I'm struggling trying to get this ordinance. I'm behind removing this immediate consumption removed from these things. And unfortunately, they are tied together so badly that I cannot remove it. Haagen-Dazs would not sign the final approval unless it's been removed. If it's not removed, they would not allow me to build it. My plan is approved. Contractor, we're bidding on the contract. It's $1.5 million project. It's going to be beautiful. If I get the opportunity to remove these things tonight, and allow the project to be started by next week probably. And I'm asking kindly just to consider it. It's livelihood, it's everything that I worked for past 16 years on this to have something enable me to do business. Otherwise that I would not be in business for too long. Thank you.
Thank you. And then Don Zerlup is next. No other cards after Don.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council. I'm truly perplexed as to why you are hopefully taking a limited action this evening, approving an ordinance for 90% of the service stations in town, but arbitrarily excluding 2 stations in the coastal zone. When this item came before the council 7 years ago, the then chief of police made a statement that the station on the corner of PCH and Torrance Boulevard had been the source of over 200 calls for service in the prior year. I believe you continue to think that that is today's norms. I'm surprised you've not asked for updated numbers. Well, don't fret. I have. In an effort to get current numbers, I requested from the police department a listing of calls for service from the station's location for the year beginning April 1st, 2022 to March 30th, 2023. I received an all-inclusive list with calls for service not only from the station, but from the banks, from neighbors, from other businesses all around this intersection. I went back to the police department with a more specific request. At that point, I asked for a service log, including date, time, the nature of the request, who made the request, case number, event numbers, and a narrative regarding the calls. I made this request individually for businesses located not only at 247 PCH, the service station and the 7-Eleven, but also at 234 PCH, the Pacific Plaza Shopping Center, 246 PCH Chase Bank, 301 PCH Wells Fargo Bank, and 306 PCH, the CVS store. The results for the year were as follows. Pacific Plaza Shopping Center, 35 calls. Chase Bank, 42 calls. Wells Fargo Bank, 67 calls. CVS, 122 calls. Union 76 Station 7-Eleven, 41 calls. Only 41 calls from the owners and employees for that service station that operates 24 hours a day. Again, I ask simply, why are you discriminating against this station? It appears unjustifiable. I hope after all these years, you will pass this overdue revision to the municipal code and that you will then expand that change to include the coastal zone. Thank you.
Okay, are there any other people that would like to speak to this item in the audience today? Okay, please come up to the podium and tell us your name and where you're located.
Good evening. I'm Samuel Martinian, owner of 247 South PCH gas station. Well, I'm coming here time after time for years in front of different mayors and council members for only one thing: to operate my gas station just like any other gas stations in other cities in California. We are looking to eliminate one sentence: immediate consumption of motoring publics. You council members have the power to do that. I applaud you that you're here working hard to remove this unreasonable sentence off the books. Over the years, we have seen incredible changes to our laws. For example, 1960s, anybody possessing a cannabis will go to prison, period. Now, City Council is about to approve cannabis dispensary in the city, but we are having a hard time to change one simple sentence, harmless sentence, related to the gas stations. By the end of this meeting, hopefully, all gas stations will have the chance to operate normally. I am demanding an answer that why I am not included in this group. What have I done to be punished like this? So another thing is, I am the one that I have that magnetic door lock. If anybody wants to see it, and no underage, no transient, nobody can access. There's two 600-pound magnetic things. It operates by the cashier only. I'll demonstrate. Anybody wants to come, Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else in the audience would like to speak tonight? Okay, on Zoom or remotely?
I don't have any hands raised on Zoom at this time, and there are no e-comments.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Obaji.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. If we could light up 2B again, please, Madam Clerk.
Yeah.
The council member from District 1 talked about how he has no problem with the way things are presently. And that's because, I don't doubt, because if you look at District 1, you see how much alcohol sales is going on there. There is a tremendous amount, so much that these icons you can't even see a full icon because it's covered by another icon. And what that translates to is money. And those businesses make money. And as a result, the landlords make money, the rents go up, there's demand for those spaces because people are visiting those spaces, and the economy in the Riviera Village is booming. And the city council here, we support it. We supported in the last budget additional hundreds of thousands of dollars for new pavers to make the street practically paved in gold. Meanwhile, in North Redondo Beach, on Artesia Boulevard, where we suffer from vacancies, tremendous vacancies on Artesia Boulevard. We're pulling all the stops to increase FAR at the fastest pace possible given our environmental laws, reduce the parking requirements that prohibit new businesses and new dollars from coming into North Redondo Beach. We say we need this one thing for this business at the corner of Inglewood and Artesia and other service stations, so that I know, for example, that the gas station at Artesia and Aviation doesn't want to sell alcohol. They have problems with transients, but they would like to sell other foods. They can't do it currently. And the number one person you'd see concerned about what alcohol could contribute as far as problems would be the neighbors of Mr. Shahimi. And Mr. Grady is right here. He owns the adjacent business, American Tires. If it was going to be a problem, he'd be here protesting, allowing this business to sell general food sales. He's not doing that. And by the way, when people can walk across the street to purchase alcohol, it's not in Redondo Beach. It's in Lawndale. And that's where the tax dollars are going from that alcohol sales. All right? In the words of Tupac Shakur, the old way wasn't working. And so now it's upon us to do what we got to do to survive on Artesia Boulevard. So I will make a motion to adopt, let me pull up, an ordinance of the City Council of Redondo Beach by title only, section 10-2.1602, pertaining to service stations and determining such amendments as exempt from CEQA, subject to several amendments. And they are as follows. The conditional use permits shall, when issued for general food sales, always include a condition to the effect of, not literally, but if there are instances of nuisances arising from the general food sales, including but not limited to loitering, panhandling, harassment of neighbors, noise problems, then that should be a basis for revocation of the conditional use permit. In addition, the display area shall not be, the display area for, or the storage area, storage shelves for the, any alcohol shall be located to conceal to the maximum extent as possible the visibility of alcoholic beverages from the entry to the store that's selling the general food. In addition, amending subject item J to include or from the entry of the service station, or whatever we call the cash register area. All right, do I have a second?
Technically speaking, we have to close the public hearing.
Oh, got it. All
Before
right,
you
well,
can make a motion.
That's right. I
So-
forgot this public hearing.
So why don't you,
Motion to close public hearing.
Can I ask a couple more questions?
yes, you may.
Thank you. Not yet. Yeah. Okay. It's directed to the city attorney's office. So under the conditional use permit section in the municipal code that you referenced, or that was referenced earlier, it does provide a mechanism for revocation of the CUP. Is there a mechanism for suspension, temporary suspension of a CUP until the nuisance or whatever other issue is abated?
I think you can set a hearing for revocation. During that hearing for revocation, you could make any amendments that you want. That's happened in the past. We've had revocation hearings come before the Planning Commission and also come before the City Council. And they have made conditions where, it's suspended until, 3 months, for 3 months. And within that time, if, the applicant clears up any issues, then the matter will come back before the council or the Planning Commission, and then they'll be reinstated. So you have the ability to do anything up to revocation.
Okay, thank you. And one of the grounds for revocation that you referenced earlier was that the exercise of the rights under the approval constitutes a nuisance.
I think the section I was referring to is K6, which is the exercise of rights under approval is detrimental to the health, safety, and welfare of the community, which I believe nuisance would fall under that category.
And 7 as well?
Oh, yes, and that is, 7 is actually nuisance,
And
correct.
would loitering fall under one or both of those? If you could say, and if not, that's okay.
I would think that it would fall under both.
Okay. I think it was referenced earlier that some of the other liquor establishments that we've seen have CUPs. Is that right?
Correct.
Has there been any enforcement history in Redondo Beach in recent years with respect to loitering or other problems where a CUP was brought before the Planning Commission or otherwise?
I'll ask Sean if he has any history of that, and then if not, I'll see our police chief here. I don't think there's been any sustained complaint at any one of our current locations,
No.
at least recently.
Okay. All right. That's all I have.
Okay. Councilmember Nierenheim.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. The unanimous vote by the Planning Commission says a lot. And when you look around, and I heard the numbers that was being said, it actually clearly stated that the calls for service, if you want to use that as a number, showed that the 76 station actually have gone down dramatically in calls for service. That area is heavily impacted with homelessness and addiction issues, as is Veterans Park. Just going back to prosperity of the community, it was just spoke about how here it's slim margins, not making any money, but yet we're now being told about a $1.5 million expansion. I don't think, I 100% agree with you about the unfortunate portion of alcohol with food. It's state law. Like I said, I'm philosophically opposed to this type of ban, but what we're dealing with in the city is homelessness is costing us, the response to homelessness is costing us a tremendous amount of money. It's just not the right time right now. So, Riviera Village is a special place for many different various reasons, and District 1 is as well. Our quality of life doesn't need this right now. So I appreciate the comments from everyone. I heard what you had to say, and I really want to thank you for that. but I'm going to be sticking with my prior statements of not going forward with this. Thank you.
Okay, anybody in the public? Now your last chance to speak? Anybody on Zoom or, okay.
There's still no one on Zoom raising their
Would
hand.
anybody like to make a motion to close the public hearing?
Make a motion to.
Moved. Could I ask quickly a couple of questions to pick up on the points that were raised by the city council as a whole about the concerns about, how things may change negatively. I know Councilmember Obaji has included in his motion some specific ways to address that. No motion, but in what he had recommended. I just want to ask the Assistant City Attorney, is there other language you recommend we include in there so that we have better control over the CUP process? So if we have an issue with loitering or excessive problems, things that the city council has been talking about, that we have it right in there and it'd be most convenient.
I believe Councilman Obaji did address the issues that this council is concerned with, so I think that's sufficient. Mr. Webb did come out just a second ago, and I think he's going to come out soon and interrupt me and give you a little more, a little primer on loitering and the definition of it. He whispered in my ear that I should make sure to advise the council that loitering is defined as, I guess, there has to be an intent to, and he's going to come out and correct me, but I think there has to be an intent to commit a crime. So just to be aware of that term, it might not have the common meaning that we all understand it to have. It has a legal meaning. So in that regard, you might want to kind of finesse the language a bit. But I think the language that Councilman Obaji suggested is fine. If you wanted to have another provision in there which says that, the revocation hearing and the conditions imposed may be held in abeyance, or the revocation may be held in abeyance for a period of time in order to allow the applicant to address and rectify the negative, I guess, effects, then you can do that if you wanted to. You can build it into the ordinance if you'd like, or you could give the planning commission or this body the discretion to make any conditions that are appropriate.
So my only comment was loitering is not a very useful tool, because the courts have ruled that in order to be constitutional, it has an intent requirement, and that is the intent to commit a crime as the opportunity presents itself. So I can count on one hand with fingers left over the times when we've been able to successfully prosecute loitering, and it's a situation where they're found with burglary tools in a parking garage, that sort of thing. They're clearly intending to commit a crime. Just gathering around wouldn't necessarily cause that. So just wanted you to be aware.
Thanks for letting us know. So is there language that you would recommend we include to capture the intent of what it is we're trying to accomplish, which is in the event there's excessive congregation of people, aggressive panhandling, et cetera?
Not off the top of my head.
Yeah.
I'm reluctant to, it's your job to come up with the language, and I'm reluctant to come up with language off the top of our heads.
That's very prudent. Okay, that's all I have. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
There was a motion already to close the public hearing?
Yep.
And a second?
Is there a second? No second?
No second.
Okay.
Second.
Can I
No,
have a
you made the
second?
motion, didn't you?
No.
Who made the motion?
Councilmember Obaji, right?
Motion to close the public hearing.
There we go.
Second.
Okay. Anybody opposed?
Substitute motion to close the public hearing.
Second.
Don't second it. Okay, anybody opposed to close the public hearing? Okay, now I'll entertain any motion to either
All right.
take action.
Mayor Pro Tem, may I?
Sure.
All right, I make a motion to adopt by title only this ordinance number 3263-23, subject to the following amendments: an express condition connected to any conditional use permit, that if the instances of nuisance arising from the general food sales, including not limited to panhandling, public intoxication, noise making, exist, then the authority of the granting body shall include any and all remedies up to revocation. Is that fair, Miss?
The other thing you may want to make clear is that any additional conditions identified through the CUP process, that they have to also comply with those.
So incorporated. Any additional conditions shall be incorporated into the, may be incorporated by the granting body into any ongoing conditional use permit.
Okay.
And additionally, the amendments I stated earlier, which is display shall be located concealed to the maximum extent possible, the visibility of alcohol beverages from the entry to the indoor area of the service station, and that advertising, subsection J, no advertising or signage indicating the availability of beer and wine shall be visible from the exterior or from the entry of the interior portion of the service station.
And then all other proposed.
And all of the proposed conditions, I mean, I adopted that, I incorporated the whole ordinance. So. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Any amendments or anything else? Okay, then when there's a motion on the floor and a second motion made by Councilmember Lodge, second made by Councilmember Barrett, I will do a roll call vote on this. Councilmember Nierenheim.
No.
Councilmember Kalajarovich.
Aye.
Councilmember Obanji.
Aye.
Councilmember Barrett.
Aye.
And I myself. Passes 4-1.
Thank you, everybody.
And if I may read the title for the record, and that is to introduce by title only ordinance number 3263-23, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, California, adopting an ordinance amending Redondo Beach Municipal Code Title 10, Chapter 2, Section 10-2.1602 pertaining to general food sales inclusive of beer and wine at service stations.
Thank you very much. Okay, on to
As
item
amended.
M, as in Mary 1. And that is item related to start time of our open and closed sessions. So I guess there's not much to say to this.
Nope.
City Manager Wazanski.
No, the council's aware this is the opportunity to adopt the ordinance that was directed by council pertaining to the start of our council meeting times as drafted after, if approved, and then effective 30 days later, it would move the start of our closed session meetings to 4 o'clock in the afternoon and open session to 5. And ultimately, it's the council's opportunity now to formally adopt as directed.
Okay, I will just say that I'm opposed to changing the times, mostly because I'm concerned about people being able to participate coming home. While I do understand the reluctance of people to participate late at night, I think it's overshadowed by people being able to get here on time, feed their families, and fight LA's notorious traffic. Sure, we'd all love to be able to leave earlier, but at the end of the day, we're here for residents. And so I am opposed to this. So anybody else would like to speak to this item?
I would, yeah.
Sure, Councilmember Nierenheim.
Yeah, I am also extremely against this. The intent here is to get more participation from the public, which I fully agree with. And I've been asking online on my Facebook page, via email, on my community meetings, in person and online, and over 100 responses, of which exactly 0 were in favor of 5 p.m. One was, well, maybe we should give it a try. I'm not quite sure. Maybe you can put down as a yes. It was more of a maybe. Everyone else was at 6 o'clock. Some people actually said do it at 6:30. And again, what we're ending up doing here by changing these council times is we're giving 80% more time to closed session, and I believe it was 13%, 18 and a half, let's see here, 88% more time to closed session and losing 18.5% on open session. And I also want to note one other thing very indicative as to how this is actually not going to be beneficial for the public. All of us up here on the council as elected officials, 5 of 6, 7, 8, 9 elected officials, we have community meetings up here. The other electeds don't. Every single one of us have our community meetings start at 6 o'clock, and I believe Councilmember Barrett 6:30 for his next community meeting. So if 5 o'clock was so good, increased participation, then why don't we have our public meetings our community meetings at 5 o'clock? In fact, my community meeting, I moved it from 9 a.m. on Saturday mornings to 9:30 to make it just a little bit easier for people to get there on Saturday mornings. And I inherited that 9 a.m. start, so I moved it a little bit to be a little more conducive. Half an hour is a big deal on a Saturday. So, people coming from work, dropping kids off, employers and schedules. Employers aren't very forgiving to coming to volunteer time at a council meeting. The intent here is to end earlier. So taking the same council time and open session time and ending at the same time that we ended before, 11:30, 11 o'clock, doesn't make any sense. And there has not been an onslaught of members of the public coming down here and saying anything when it comes to start earlier. In fact, it's been radio silence on that department. And so I have a lot of facts, a lot of data I've been gathering the last few weeks. And my online meeting has a lot of members of the community from around Redondo Beach. Even my in-person meeting has community members from other districts. But the online meeting has a lot of people from outside of District 1. And not a single person ever said that going towards a earlier start time is better. The last thing I will say is a lot of people thought the concept of going to a 4th meeting a month if we have 5, like that idea. I'm not in the biggest favor of that because we do keep our Tuesdays cherish our Tuesdays. We do get free. We put a lot of time here. But, when it comes to members of the public being able to participate, earlier is not better. Earlier is actually worse. So I would not be in agreement to change these hours, especially since we are adding 88% more time in closed session and cutting open session public meeting by 18.5% approximately. So that's where I stand on this. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Kalajarovich.
I want to make a comment that this discussion started with making meetings more efficient. So we've spent a lot of time discussing this, and we're still discussing it. And I think it's important that we respect the process and not keep bringing things up for discussion when we have voted on it. And we all respect each other's time and vote, and it's okay that we disagree. But when we keep talking about the same points, it doesn't create the efficiency that we're looking for. So the meeting times, we voted to change it. If it doesn't work, we can change it back. And then the last point I just want to make is that meetings don't end at 10:30. We're not cutting public time. It's just an option on how we're going to make meetings more efficient. That's all I want to say.
Okay, thank you. Anybody in the public like to speak to this item? Anybody remote or Zoom? Okay. Ms. Mitchell, Brady Mitchell.
Hi,
Please state your
Nikki.
name and where you're from.
Nikki Negrete Mitchell, District 3. And I just want to comment to trying to get people to come to these meetings at 6 o'clock is hard enough. I have been really having a hard time with that. And I was told by the mayor, Nikki, you're the only one that comes to these meetings. So they do, my people in my group do tell me that they have a hard time getting here after work. So I've thought about it, and I'm, 6 o'clock is a little early. 6:30 would be good, but I'd say don't change it to 5 for sure. Thank you.
Anybody else like to speak to this item? Okay, we've got one person, then you can go next.
Good evening, GP Saddles, District 5. Just off the top of my head, when I heard about this possibility, I thought, people like me, retired for years, it's so easy to just do what we want to do and go where we want to do, go where we want to go whenever. But for anybody like thinking of the time when I was working, 5 o'clock would just be awful. It would be a hard no. And I think in sympathy, I would say to all of the people who are great citizens, but working, and people who want to participate, but they're working, and they have kids, and they have all of this going on, this would be terrible for them. I don't think we should even consider going to an earlier time. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, anybody else? Mr. Boswell.
All these great opportunities to get up and get
Could you
warmed
tell
up
us who
before
you
my
are
real
and
speech.
where you're from?
I'm Doug Boswell.
Thank you.
District 3, Redondo Beach, longtime resident. And the jokes haven't started yet, Mr. Obagi. No smiling. So I just want to say that when I used to work in LA, I was never home by 5. I wasn't even leaving LA until 5 or 6 or 7. I think it's a bad idea. I think that if I look back at my first ever city council meeting that I actually attended live, I swore I'd never go to another one because I stayed for the whole thing. Boringest thing ever. Had to sit through all kinds of nonsense for most of the evening to get to the thing that I was there for. What you really need to do is change the agenda so the popular and hot topics are first, so that people can come, speak, and you can take that feedback to your deliberations. And leave the more administrative stuff for last, because people do leave before they get a chance to participate in this open discussion. So it's a matter of scheduling more than start time, in my opinion. And I think if you really think about it, you'll agree with me, I hope. Anyway, that's my 2 bits.
Thank you. Anyone else would like to speak?
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, Council. I hadn't really planned on talking about this, but I was doing some research on something else the other day. But when you sign up for a commission, you have to take an FPPC ethics course. And I did that the other day. It's like a 2-hour thing. And one of the things they actually had a great discussion about was on purpose of holding public open meetings. And they make a lot of comments saying that I'll read something I actually did a screenshot of. Operating under the requirements of open meeting laws can sometimes be frustrating for local officials. But the idea was, it doesn't really matter if it's frustrating or not, it's to allow the public to comment. So anyway, just something to think about. Even the FPPC has, in your ethics training, which I know you all went through, says that this may not be the most effective way of doing it for running a meeting. Like if you're running a business, perhaps it's not the best way, but you are supposed to bend over backwards to allow the public to participate. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, Council, Leslie Campeggy, Redondo Beach. I don't know if any of you noticed, but your own employees and your employee union group who came here to speak and show their support tonight, most of them were not here at 6 o'clock either, and they work here. Okay, so they all drifted in after 6 and then they left, but they work here and they could not get here before 6 or even all of them at 6, a very good portion of them. or after that time frame. To Councilmember Kolujetovich, I haven't said your name in a while, to your point, there's so much that keeps going on over and over and over, same points over and over and over again. Unless and until the efficiency changes within this group, it really doesn't matter what time you start. I don't advocate pushing it up to 5. I advocate leaving it at 6. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, I agree on the efficiency. Anybody else would like to speak to this item? Anybody on Zoom?
I do have one person on Zoom with their hand raised, and that is Nancy Skiba. You may begin speaking.
Ms. Skiba,
Please unmute.
please announce yourself and where you're from, please.
Please unmute yourself so that you may begin.
Star what? Star 6?
Star 6, isn't it?
Yeah.
Star
6.
Star 6 to unmute if you're on a phone, please.
You should be able to see if she's on the phone.
Okay.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes. Please,
All right.
please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I wanted to oppose this also because, for one thing, if you are going to be starting your closed session at 4 and they start the new open session at 5, that's giving you about an hour to handle closed session things before the open meeting starts. And as others have already said, people who are working can't necessarily transport themselves to the city council chambers in a timely way to get there before they're able to speak at these meetings. Because sometimes the meeting kind of progresses quickly at the start and it gets right to the public participation, which they could be missing out on. And they can't watch the Zoom while they're driving their vehicles. They can't do it till they get home if they're going to do Zoom. I also want to mention that the issue of the 5 Tuesdays, it would be beneficial, I think, for them to use 4 of the Tuesdays for city council meetings. And because they could do a lot more accomplished and, to be able to move along on some of these items, because we have a very big agenda. We have a lot of stuff that you guys have to handle in closed session and what all. So I just want to give my opinion on that because I think everyone has the right to be heard and to participate fully. We wouldn't want anyone to feel like they're disenfranchised or left behind. Thank you so much.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Anybody else online?
There are no additional hands raised and there are no e-comments.
Okay, Mr. Obaji.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. So, look, I hear what everybody's saying, and our agenda is not set by a robot. It's spit out by our city manager, who has a good pulse on what the residents want to speak to us about, because we receive emails. You all let us know what you want to speak about and what concerns you, and what we know what item is going to get a lot of people in here. And we also have an opportunity to reset the order of the agenda when we get it here. Today, we didn't get started in earnest past consent till past 7 o'clock. That's more than an hour into the meeting. As for the comment that the employees weren't here in person, they wanted to be here in person to show numbers. But if they each wanted to speak, they could have easily called in on Zoom. That's part of their effect, is to be here in person and also show us their faces, because we see their faces a lot back there, and to know who are a part of that union. So this is a small change. I don't think it's going to have a great impact on people's abilities to participate. If it does, we will make the change back. But again, we are having this discussion for the 3rd time, and I support adopting this. And it is a matter of what's frustrating, Mr. Craig. It's a matter of what is going to serve the people of Redondo Beach the best. At 11 o'clock, we are not as sharp as we would be at 10 o'clock or would have been at 8 o'clock discussing a very important item regarding housing, the environment, financial matters. So you want people to be making decisions earlier in the day. There's tons of studies that support that people do their best work earlier in the day. That's it.
Okay. Anybody else? Councilmember Nierenheim.
Yeah, I just want to round out that there wasn't a single person here that came to the podium and spoke in favor of this. One more data point that I want to show up with. And the other thing is, you know, when it's said about not going late, the intent here is for starting earlier, is to end earlier, not to go later, right? That's the intent here. The problem is when we have only 2 open session meetings per month, which is essentially what's going to happen, is you're going to get a lot more items on the consent calendar. We had 25 items on the consent calendar. 25 items. That shows 2 things. One is we're moving things from discussion to consent and no longer talking about them. So they will still get pulled. It also shows that this council is the busiest any council has probably ever been. I'll go on a limb and say probably the busiest we've ever been. I see the city manager sitting there. He's been around for a long time. You know, when I first got here in 2017, we had, 10 to 12 items on the consent calendar, maybe 15 on a heavy week. Now we have 15, 20 items, on average 17, 20 easily every single week. To have 24, 25 items is not unheard of. So the fact that this council is doing a lot and we have a lot of discussion items means that we're doing a lot of work and getting things done in the city. So I'll just end with saying that I have yet to hear anyone who's in favor of this other than a couple council members, which is fine. But when residents come down and speak and majority of them are not in favor of it, well, no one's in favor of this, it says a lot. So that's where I stand on it. Thank you very much.
I will agree with you on that. I have not had anybody write me and say, would you please start earlier, or come to the council meetings and say, please start earlier. But, you know, the majority will rule on this, so we'll see how it goes. So we have a motion in a second yet for this? Yeah, I'm waiting for. There is. Okay. Do you have a motion in a second? Did you take action on this?
Motion to adopt by title only ordinance, that's 3263, let's see, 3262-23, is that the one we're on?
Yes, that's right. Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Okay, any competing motions? Okay, we will do there's a motion on the floor. We will do a roll call vote on this. Councilmember Nierenheim.
No.
Councilmember Kalajevic.
Aye.
Councilmember Obaji.
Aye.
Councilmember Barrett.
Aye.
And no from me. So the motion passes 3-2. Thank you. Now on to the main item. Item N1, discussion and possible action on the city's position on the proposed Los Angeles County Metropolitan Transportation Authority Metro C Green Line extension to Torrance project and the contribution of funds for chartering a bus. So City Manager Witzansky.
Yeah, quick overview.
Before you do, if I could, just very quickly,
yes.
I wanted to say that the Los Angeles County Metropolitan Transportation Authority, Metro, is a client of the law firm that employs me, although neither I nor, to the best of my knowledge, has my law firm represented or done any legal work for Metro regarding the C line extension. I do not believe there is a legal conflict of interest that would disqualify me for participating in this agenda item. Nonetheless, I believe it would be best, out of an abundance of caution, that I recuse myself from participating in this item tonight. So in light of that, I do hereby recuse myself from participating in this agenda item, and I will now leave this hearing accordingly.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, although it is not a hearing. Councilmember Witzansky.
Yeah, or City Manager Witzansky, yeah. It's already late.
Did I say councilmember? Congratulations.
You're on.
City man, it's been a long meeting. It's 8:30. City Manager Witzansky.
Appreciate it. Yes, just quick introduction before I turn it over to Ted and Jesse, although I think we should let Councilmember Barrett vacate the premises for his recusal.
Thank you.
Just want to first, just real quickly, the reason this is back before you, the council and the community, and a big thank you to our resident group here tonight, Nikki and the group that have been monitoring this for quite some time and really representing the city's and the community's interests, I think, quite well before the board and the various subcommittees. And really the work that as I've come to learn that has gone into that championing of the community's position is quite. The reason it's here tonight before you, because you did quite a bit of work in the spring and in March and had multiple meetings on this issue, is that Metro has released some additional information pertaining to the draft EIR. They released materials in August, and now I'm doing it, in August, that we've got attached to your staff report tonight. They've included a couple of new alternatives that they've studied that weren't part of the consideration that we had back when we considered this last in March. There's some additional cost estimation that they provided as they've done their research and analysis. So in anticipation of what appears currently to be the board's official consideration of the alignment discussions and draft EIR on October 26th. We wanted to bring back the position paper for consideration by the council, give you the opportunity to make any adjustment that you like to make. There is no obligation tonight to make any adjustments. You may want to stand by the original letter and simply recirculate that or just continue to have that be our position. But did want to have you and the community have an opportunity to discuss the latest information from Metro and the materials that they've presented to us. And then secondarily, consider whether or not we want to spend as a chartered city, which we more than have the right to do, a few dollars out of the general fund to charter a bus that would make easier our residents travel to the board meeting in October to ultimately provide their input and opinion on the subject. So,
And where will the board meeting actually take place?
it's downtown, as I understand it. I think they will be setting a place and time for it. I believe it'll be in their traditional board chambers, but we'll have more information on that as the meeting gets closer. There is the possibility that meeting date could slip. That's not a certainty yet, but that is what they're currently telling us and others that they are targeting for their formal consideration of the DEIR. So with that, I'll turn it over to Ted to walk you through what we've heard of late from Metro, and then ultimately give the council an opportunity to revisit its position paper on this particular issue.
Thank you, Mike, and Mayor Pro Tem, council members, Ted Simon, Public Works Director. I mean, majority of these slides that we're going to be sharing with you tonight are not necessarily anything new. As we've talked about it before, the extension of the Metro Green Line is a 4.5-mile extension. It is out of their draft EIR. It is something that came to the city council back in March of 2023 on the 21st, at which time the city council did identify the elevated Hawthorne Boulevard alignment as the preferred route. And that was communicated to Metro the day after with a letter that was signed by the mayor. The three original alignments that were considered were the at-grade existing right-of-way alignment, the trench alignment along the existing right-of-way, and then the elevated Hawthorne alignment, which again, the city council had identified as their chosen one. The high-frequency bus and the no-build project are something that has now been brought forward a little bit more for discussion and for consideration. We have a little bit more information on the high-frequency bus element, which we will share in just a second. And the no-build is really a requirement of any CEQA document, just to identify what would happen if you don't build the project. On their travel time, they were identifying how travel time could be saved by the addition of the light rail system. It'll vary to the different places, but you could see it's anywhere from a third to even more than a third reduction in timing. And I know this was brought to you before on the modifications of the Line C and where and how it turns in. Those could also be affected, and what we understand is that this would become a one-seat ride, irrelevant of the alignment, up to LAX as well. On this, the three alternatives, again, that were considered, we're just showing you graphically of what they are. The right-of-way at grade, the right-of-way at trench, and that would still maintain the freight system at grade because that's not going to be able to change. And then the Hawthorne elevated image, which I apologize, that's the wrong image that we cut and paste into it, would be on Hawthorne Boulevard. And again, that would not change the existing alignment or the freight system that's actually utilizing the system today. The two other items, like I said before, that were presented in the draft EIR the high-frequency bus alternative. It's a little bit difficult to see, but you can see that magenta line that sort of zigzags around our streets. That would be the roadway system that their buses would be traveling. And they called it high-frequency bus because it would make essentially 4 stops in between the existing Redondo Beach Green Line station on Marine Avenue down to our transit center that was newly constructed, and then to the Torrance Transit Center further to the south. They also introduced a new conversation piece to us when we met with them in August, and they called it a hybrid system along the right-of-way. Essentially, that was continuing to use the at-grade elevation, but in spite of what we were identifying as concerns early on, and that's what they looked at the trench option. They said with this hybrid version, they would utilize the at-grade systems and do an undercrossing at both 170th Street in the city of Lawndale and 182nd Street in the city of Redondo Beach. And that would have addressed the safety concerns for emergency vehicles, noise, amongst other things that would have been generated by the light rail system being there. Projected schedule comparison on this slide, essentially they're telling us with each of these variations, and these are estimates, we've got to take that with a grain of salt, that their existing right-of-way and sticking to the existing right-of-way is the shortest path for them because they have and own that right-of-way. And we've heard of certain segments of right-of-way acquisition that Metro will have to complete before they start construction, but that would have projected the completion of the CEQA document mid-span of 2024 and construction about September of 2033. The Hawthorne option, which is the city's preferred option, would also require a Caltrans approval because there are, under that alignment, there's a segment of this that would go along the 405 right-of-way. And then there's still that segment on Hawthorne Boulevard that's a state route 107, which would require review and approval by Caltrans to issue a permit for Metro to implement the work. As such, they identify that as a later implementation, about 2 years later than the existing right-of-way. And then the trench option has the longest time span, and that would go to January of 2036. That's just because of the construction method and type would be significantly longer for them to implement. On the options and costs, we talked about the timeline. Costing, knowing at what it is today, at the projected time of completion, with a 3.5% escalator, their right-of-way project is just shy of $2 billion at 1.96. Again, with that estimated date of 2033. The Hawthorne elevated option at $2.96 billion with that projected date of 2035. The right-of-way trench may have a lower cost, but it's a significantly longer timeframe and construction. And I think they've also identified more impacts of it from an environmental perspective. We just received word recently on the high-frequency bus that they estimate that cost at $155 million. Don't shoot the messengers. I don't know how a bus is going to cost $155 million to implement. And the estimated time of completion is 2030. Another element to be considered, and this is a pretty significant element, and that's the local match requirements. Under the ordinance of Measure M, which was not there from Measure R when this project was first initially identified, there is a 3% local match requirement. And that comes to fruition and more precise knowledge at the 30% design. At this particular stage, we are barely at the 15%, and all these numbers are merely estimates. Metro staff and the Metro board are still working to see how they can help cities achieve that 3% match. Cities like Torrance and Redondo Beach, where we built a transit center that is supposed to tie into the Green Line extension, they want to give us credit for that. We don't know if it's going to be 100% credit, 50% credit. There are elements that are yet to be seen on that. And soft costs that the city is absorbing, all the staff time that goes into the project as it stands today and as we move forward on the Green Line, those are potential. But barring any more information, Right now, at that 3%, we're looking at about a $59 million match from the cities altogether. And that's the three cities of Lawndale, Hawthorne, and Lawndale, Redondo Beach, and Torrance. If you were to just do simple math, we're looking at about $20 million per city. We don't know how they're going to go ahead and identify the exact means and methods for them to do that for each of the cities. But that in itself is a pretty significant number. The alternative, they've said, if the cities are unable to provide that match to the project, is that they would withhold their local return of Measure M to those cities for up to 15 years. So it's either whatever accumulates to be enough to meet the 3% match for that city, or it's up to 15 years. And on our current projections of what we have in local return that we receive from Measure M, which is about $1.5 million or $1.4 million, we would estimate that to be about $22.5 million, which is almost the value of what that 3% is going to be. To us, those are significant dollars. Those are monies that you use on a regular basis for roadway paving and resurfacing, and that would be a significant loss to the city. And like I said, with the in-kind credits, that is yet to be determined, and we won't know the exact value until they complete their 30% design. In terms of where are we today, like I said, they are projecting 2 meetings in September. They were originally identifying 3 meetings because they had intended to go to their Metro board in September, but that has obviously changed. They do have 2 committees from the Metro board that are hearing this, and from our understanding, it's a receive and file only by these committees, that they don't give any recommendations. And that's the Planning and Programming Committee on the 20th at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and the Executive Management Committee on September the 21st at 11 a.m. At this time, as Mr. Wodzinski identified, the Metro Board is scheduled to hear this on October the 26th, Thursday at 11 o'clock in the morning. The secondary part is the question about chartering a bus. We have interest from a lot of our residents to go and attend the Metro Board meeting. It would be a significant undertaking for everyone to take their cars up to Metro. And the question is, can we and would you consider chartering a bus? The city of Lawndale is contemplating the same element. I believe they've identified some funding that could go to that, but I don't have the exact information from them. We've looked at charter buses to charter a vehicle, and we're looking in the range of $1,600 to $2,600 for a 49-passenger bus. We understand there may be interest in approximately 50 residents from the city of Redondo Beach to attend that. If that does become the recommendation of the city council, then the funding opportunity for that could come from the mayor and council special department supplies budget. And then we would start coordinating for a bus to be chartered on that particular day to go up to downtown Los Angeles. The city's actions to be considered on this draft EIR, it was issued early on in the year. The commissions, both the Planning Commission, Public Works and Sustainability Commission, have provided their comments. Those did come to you previously in your March conversation. You provided that official letter to Metro on the 21st, and as Mr. Wodzinski reiterated, we could do the same letter, do a modified letter to re-identify the position from the City Council to the Metro Board, or stick to that March 21st letter and just attend the meeting in person, whether it be by staff, which we know we will be there, and or any of the City Council members. So with tonight's steps, what we're asking you to do is to provide any additional comments or refer to the same comments on the Green Line extension, and to give us your thoughts on the potential to charter a bus for the Metro Board meeting today, currently scheduled on October the 26th.
And if I could, Ted, thank you. To that end, you don't have to necessarily give us an absolute amount tonight. We can work in concert with the city of Lawndale potentially. If you're comfortable with us spending money to subsidize the trip, I can talk to my counterpart, Sean, there. We could perhaps go 50/50 on two separate charters. We can work through that. I just need to know that the council's comfortable with that sort of appropriation and expenditure. We won't need any formal budget action. We've got enough discretionary money in your regular travel and special department supplies account to manage it within reason. But we just need to know that conceptually this is something that you are all comfortable with, because this is an unusual thing. You wouldn't typically spend money out of that source for this type of an activity, but we do think in this case it is warranted.
So that actually concluded our presentation, and we turn it back over to you.
Okay, thank you. I believe we're going to have public comment, so if I could have the orange cards. Why don't we, if you guys are okay with that, I'd like to start off with that. So, thank you. Yes, so there's a lot of them here, so be patient. You'll have 3 minutes to speak to the council. Be as concise as you can, but we are here to hear your comments. So the first person who is up will be Jeanette Kurth, and following Jeanette will be Colleen Villegas. So please come up, say your name and the town or district that you are from within Redondo Beach. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jeanette Kurth. I'm a Redondo resident in District 3.
Okay, thank you.
I propose that that Metro leave the row alone and just leave it as is, and build the Green Line extension down the green space of the 8-lane Hawthorne Boulevard alignment. It's the safest. It also serves the 300 plus condos and hotel and offices that are planned at the Galleria. Our safety doesn't seem to be a concern of Metro. They're moving without doing any kind of geological surveys. They haven't planned beyond 182nd Street. They're planning to move the existing line over 12 feet closer to our property lines. My husband and I bought our home on a very quiet cul-de-sac on Fisk Court 45 years ago. And where we live, the rail is elevated 25 feet above our property. And with the instability of the ground around us, sinkholes and erosion, we feel that if they do move it closer, those 20 to 44 tankers that go by with filled with pressurized flammable gas may derail down right on top of our homes. It will be literally about 10 to 12 feet from our property line without any supporting wall. And they haven't studied it. The engineers, Bonstat, said they're not planning to put any wall there. It just seems inconceivable to me that they're going to destroy the quality of our lives with the 8 years of building. There's 1,762 residents along the row. It's all commercial, mostly on Hawthorne Boulevard. I just ask that you please support us. It's going to destroy our lives. It's going to be intolerable.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is Colleen Villegas, and then after Colleen is Bill Hall.
Good evening, Colleen Villegas. Oh, good evening, Colleen Villegas, Lawndale Row homeowner, native South Bay resident. And I would like to thank you for your support regarding the Metro Hawthorne Boulevard option. This option is the most viable because it keeps the Metro elevated down a major thoroughfare where it is likely to increase business and ridership while still preserving the quality of life for the people living along the row. there are many problems with the row option. There's not enough room for one train, 2 light rails, along with multiple fuel lines. There's major safety concerns, such as cutting off the city from emergency vehicles not being able to get through and children not being able to get across the tracks to school. Noise and vibration, the draft EIR says it's significant and unavoidable. And this kind of noise pollution can cause significant health problems, especially in children. In addition, it would eliminate one of the only areas of green space. The metro will be in place for the next 50+ years. We only have one chance to get this right. In our densely populated city, we cannot afford to lose any green space. Once it's gone forever, and we will never get it back. So I urge your continued support. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Bill Hall is next, and then after Bill is Ray Holler.
My name is Bill Hall, District 3. My wife Alice and I have lived in our home at 704 Fisk Court for 35 years. We have been Redondo Beach residents for 40 years. Over the past couple of years, I've been on 3 Metro walks, attended local Metro meetings, and have written over a dozen emails to Metro in regards to the Sea Line Extension Draft EIR. That document describes the alignment of the proposed project as routing the light rail line through the existing freight track right-of-way. I have concentrated on these following areas of risk and potential problems. Number 1, the right-of-way is very narrow. In some places, it's only 75 feet wide. This means the existing freight railroad track will have to be relocated to make room for the 2 light rail tracks. In my neighborhood, this would require moving the berm, which provides the grade so that the track can cross over the existing bridges at Hawthorne Boulevard and 190th. Number 2, multiple underground petroleum pipelines also share the right-of-way. There are signs on both sides of the existing freight railroad track. In some places, dozens of warning signs and markers can be seen. The draft EIR talks about relocating the freight track by as much as 12 feet closer to the homes in my neighborhood. Unfortunately, it does not say a lot about how these petroleum lines will be accommodated. Number 3, there will be several years of construction impacts, especially vibration, on hundreds, perhaps 1,000 structures. In my emails, I ask if the pipelines could also be affected. In contrast, according to the draft EIR, the Hawthorne elevated path would impact very few structures because of the greater distance between them and the center of Hawthorne Boulevard. Before I retired as an engineering fellow at Hughes Raytheon, I had experience with many complex billion-dollar programs and participated in many risk assessment and risk mitigation exercises, spending $2 billion or more to extend a line for which the average daily ridership has dropped from 45,000 to 17,000 over the past 10 years, demands very wise decisions, beginning with the alignment. In my opinion, when comparing the risk and potential problems, if they're going to extend the sea line, then the Hawthorne elevated alignment is the path that should be chosen. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, Ray Holler is next, and then Kevin Mitchell follows Ray.
I'm Ray Holler, homeowner in Southwest Lawndale and retired aerospace engineer. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I hope you like reruns. In the Green Line Extension list of project objectives, the only reference to cost is, quote, to provide a cost-effective project, unquote. And Metro has previously defined cost effectiveness as cost per rider. Note that lowest cost option is not a project objective. My summary here is that the Hawthorne Boulevard option, which you've supported previously, and I hope you will continue, is more cost effective than hybrid row, thanks to Mr. Saman for defining that, more cost effective than hybrid row by about 16%. And for this and many other reasons, the Hawthorne Boulevard option should be selected as the Green Line Extension locally preferred alternatives. alternatives. So first, ridership. The metric that Metro uses in their ridership reporting is boarding, sometimes referred to as project trips. That includes riders who use the two new stations in Redondo Beach and Torrance. In an attachment to the DEIR, Hawthorne Boulevard boardings are forecast to be 35% higher than for Row, 35% higher. Okay, now let's talk about cost. Metro would not provide any details supporting their cost estimates, despite my repeated request. But detailed tables of physical construction costs from inside the DEIR, they look like this, very detailed, show that the Hawthorne Boulevard option, which should cost 14% more than the original Row, but the original Row is defective from noise and responder delays, and the hybrid Row is their fix for that, and they've costed that out. So, and that cost is 14% higher than the regular Row, which makes the cost for Hawthorne Boulevard and hybrid Row the same, the physical construction cost. To assess the total project cost, let's look at the schedule from that I showed last time, and also that Lamar showed. Sorry about that. And so I've got the different parts, the different options here, and the elements that will play into cost. And what's different is that Hawthorne Boulevard, so CEQA's the same, physical construction's the same. What's different is this Caltrans part here, which I've estimated to be $160 million by taking twice the Green Line team that's going now, plus a little bit of interest there, according to rules. And what you get is 14% higher cost for Hawthorne Boulevard, but you get 35% higher ridership. 14% extra cost, 35% higher ridership. And isn't Metro all about ridership? They don't like to talk about it very much, but I do, and I'm here to answer questions if I can help you understand my presentation.
Thank you. Thank you. Next up is Kevin Mitchell. After Kevin is Don Zerla.
Sorry for that mess here.
Hello, Council and Mayor Pro Tem. Kevin Mitchell, District 3, row homeowner. So a little over 2 years ago, Mayor Brand came and stood on our front lawn to discuss the Green Line extension to Torrance. Metro's directive was clear. They were going to build a light rail extension to Torrance. The mayor correctly pointed out that we need to not come out against this project, but rather we need to get Metro to see that Hawthorne Boulevard is the way forward. The row is a dirt strip that services a hazardous freight line and 7 high-pressure liquid petroleum lines. Hawthorne Boulevard, former host to the Red Car Line, boasts a wide median and 8 lanes of asphalt. The row is lined with private residences. Hawthorne is a business district with a rich past and a bright future. The row is fraught with pitfalls, tight clearances to homes and residents, close proximity to schools and parks, unmitigable noise and vibration, everything from dinging and train whistles to a constant squealing from over 250 trains a day, 4 a.m. to midnight, 365 days a year. A roller coaster through trenches and over bridges that slice off people's property and pushes hazardous freight line closer to homes. A dangerous cocktail of high-speed electric rail pressed against a heavy, hazardous freight line, all laid over high-pressure gas lines buried in a soil bed known for instability, a recipe for disaster. Hawthorne, on the other hand, is an invitation for light rail. A wide boulevard with parking and crossing access, tailor-made for commercial use, and elevated and level rail boasting a view of businesses and invitation for a revitalized South Bay Commercial Avenue, and very little residential exposure. Unfortunately, Metro has engaged in a strategy to convolute support for the project as a mandate for the row. They've used random phone survey with no mention of Hawthorne option to conclude that public support is for the row option, as no other option is mentioned. Their campaign includes YouTubers and random social media and emailers claiming that support for Hawthorne is an attempt to kill the project. Classic gaslighting. They've labeled residents who oppose their behavior as a group of vocal opponents because we've dared to fight their tone-deaf approach to this project. The slight is in the framing. We are not opponents of light rail in the South Bay. Rather, we are advocates for the appropriate solution. Hawthorne is by far the best option for the South Bay, and I urge Redondo Beach to support it. Thank you.
Okay, next up is Don Zerlup, and following Don is Nikki Negretti-Mitchell.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council, Don Zerlup, District 4. This council, over the course of time, has been extremely environmentally friendly. You've taken many actions that you hope will result in conserving our environment and improving life. I ask you to put on the other hat that a city council uses, which is your vision for the future, and consider what it will be like down the line. Agreed, it's a while away, when the green line, the C line, goes all the way down to the A line in Long Beach. Can you imagine it being $1.75, one-seat ticket to get to the airport? No parking, $20 a day, nothing else. Just another ride home for $1.75. Now that is really a prescription to be able to remove cars from the 405 freeway. Honestly, I don't really care about this debate here any longer. I don't care which direction you wish this thing to go. I care that it goes. We will never get to that future vision if we don't get to Torrance. And I encourage this council, no matter what other things that you want to say about it, to support building the C line at least through Torrance at this point, which is what you're asked to take a comment on. Now, you know you've got the option here at your council to be able to take public commentary over email, over phone lines, etc. Those are the new rules. I don't support the idea that this council should pay for a bus to take people down to Metro meeting where they get 1 minute. They think they're going to get the 3 minutes that you get here. That's not what you get at Metro. You get 1 minute. You better have your thoughts concise to be able to make it. And why go all the way down there? Why not do your comments online? And therefore, I would reject the idea of renting a bus.
Can I ask a clarifying question?
Sure.
Mr. Zerlup, question for you. Appreciate your points. If since Torrance is against building the C line extension to Torrance, or at least a majority of their transportation subcommittee is, and Metro says, well, between building it, not building it at all and going with the high frequency bus and building it just to the South Bay Transit Center, what would you favor? Sorry, the South Bay Social District on Hawthorne Boulevard. What would you favor?
Firstly, I'm not pleased that my public monies, $20 million of them, were used to build a transit center in Redondo Beach and a transit center in Torrance. And now the governing bodies wish to turn their backs on that kind of an expenditure.
I'm just asking about.
No, you asked me to endorse your going down the social district, and I'm not inclined.
All right, never mind. I don't have a question. Your 3 minutes are done. Yes, thank you.
You can continue with your fear mongering along with the rest of the people here.
Okay, Nikki Negretti-Mitchell's next, and then Rose Rodriguez, please. This will be following Nikki.
Hi, good evening. Nikki Negretti-Mitchell. This is a long time coming. I am from District 3. I'm a 42-year Redondo Beach resident, fourth generation South Bay native, Gardena Mohican alum, and a right-of-way stakeholder. From the beginning, we were advised not to try and advocate for no build. We took this to heart and could only see how great the Hawthorne elevated alignment would be and the positive impacts of revitalizing the Hawthorne corridor. So we made this our life's project. It is the best way to bring transit to the South Bay. And just want to say, if I hadn't been doing this deep dive and uncovering all of the flaws in Metro's analyses, their reports, their plans, the geology, et cetera, I'd have sold my house years ago and moved far away. I'm not that crazy. The other thing we were emphatically and distinctly discouraged from doing is a form letter to the draft EIR response, which, as you know, is exactly what Torrance did do via QR code on their main city page, hence the volume disparity. Not to mention, they only offered the residents one option to support. And there's also the vague poll being used to mislead everybody, and I know you all see through that. Things are dicey now in cyberland. YouTubers, social media content creators, and transit advocates are calling on their troops from literally across the country to hit Redondo Beach City Council with support for the Sea Line, sparked by the threat of Torrance's no-build pivot. They're being fed a conspiracy theory that advocating for Hawthorne Boulevard will kill the project. Not from what Metro tells me. They are being misled by toxic disinformation. These YouTubers know very little about the project and have only been exposed to propaganda. They're not having one-on-one conversations with Metro project managers and their engineers, and we have been. What we need to make clear is right-of-way is the real loser because of all of those real pesky facts we've been talking about. As representing the community group of stakeholders, now more than 200 strong, we urge you to remain on track with our LPA being the Hawthorne Boulevard option. It's a fact that the Metro Board of Directors want to see and hear us stakeholders. We are advocating for the project, yet there's a counterintuitive movement to try and quell our voices. And who exactly is behind these trolls? This is how the process works. Stakeholders get prioritized, period, and we need you to stand up for us. I have 60 signups for the bus charter. About 80% are from Redondo, the rest are Lawndale. Our sister group is taking more signups from neighbors, and I hope they're being vetted for our protection, and this is a joint effort. I humbly ask you, as our elected representatives, to continue to advocate for the Hawthorne elevated alignment that best serves the entire South Bay and get us to the board meeting. That's not...
Motion to extend 30 seconds, and if you can answer the people again, how many people you got?
Okay, I have 60 people, 80% Redondo.
Thank you.
Also, I just want to address a talking point. It's another conspiracy theory about having to lug suitcases and stuff across a dark and scary, dangerous parking lot. No, the Hawthorne station would accommodate buses, and all the buses that go to the transit center do stop at Hawthorne and Artesia. And there would be no need to actually go to the transit center. Everything they need would be right there at Hawthorne and Artesia. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next is Rose Rodriguez, and after Rose, Brian and Annie Noguchi.
Okay, good evening. My name is Rose Rodriguez. I'm a homeowner on the row in Lawndale. Okay. I just want to say, first of all, I've finally come to the conclusion that Metro and Torrance are working together. They're tag team partners. So when I say Metro, I also say Torrance. It is really very, very disappointing to discover the misrepresentation of Lawndale's preferred option using the bogus Torrance Transit website. One vote allowed, and it was for the row, of course. Suspect random telephone polls that nobody that I know anywhere received a telephone call without the knowledge of the questions being asked, who is asking the questions, where and who the respondents lives. Contrast this to the hundreds of residents showing up in person to voice opposition to Row C at all the meetings. And we also had to listen to each time we went, first in Lusinger, it was nothing but a show and tell. They didn't even give us even the 60 seconds to talk, show and tell. Then the next meeting I went to was at Lawndale High School. And again, we had to sit there after working all day for an hour and a half, almost an hour and 45 minutes to another Metro show and tell. Then when the meeting started, practically everybody, I think I can really actually say everybody, there was probably 100 people there, they were all for no row, put it on Hawthorne Boulevard. During the process, we were only maybe 1/3 through when I believe his name was Mr. Gold, he had a heart attack. But his neighbors were there as well. After the emergency was solved, rather than continue the meeting that we had all been waiting for, they stopped it with the crowd screaming, yelling, we want to continue. Mr. Gold's family would want us to continue. So that shows you their disdain for us. Then we went to the next meeting. Again, we had to do the same thing. Listen to their propaganda for another almost 2 hours. Another 100 people showed up. Now, are you going to tell me that you don't think this is the real voice of Lawndale? Yes, it is. I don't even know who ever said, oh, the row option is a wonderful idea. No, Hawthorne Boulevard is the futuristic option. It's the only one that makes any sense. It's the one for the next 100 years. And just because Torrance doesn't want it, and that's the bottom line, this whole thing is because Torrance doesn't want it on Hawthorne Boulevard. And I hope that you are not fooled by their deceitfulness. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Brian Noguchi is next, and after Brian is Nassima Darui.
Hello, good evening. I'm Brian Noguchi from District 4, and I want to thank the board for letting us speak today. I'm a big supporter of public transportation, and I have a vested interest in this because I live on Ruxton Lane, which is right along the tracks, and I love our community. And building this rail on the right-of-way is going to destroy our community. And I was going to talk a little bit about environmental effects, but we have a lot of people kind of taking care of that. So as a father of 2 young children, I thought it'd be good if I talked about safety. Somebody mentioned the Artesia Transit Center. And as far as there's been discussion about transients and homeless people, and I was a supporter of the pallet housing. And I think there's something that needs to be done. But since the Redondo Beach Transit Center has opened up, we've noticed an increase of transient people in our neighborhood. And I have one daughter that goes to Adams Middle School. And there's been 3 instances in the past 3 weeks. I try to document them here. So on September 8th, there was a transient woman that threatened several students on the Greenbelt bike path. On August 31st, there was a male transient, excuse me, and he exposed himself to 3 middle school girls. I don't know if you guys are aware of this. And just 2 weeks ago, on September 6th, my daughter was walking to school and she was accosted by a transient male. Unfortunately, she was walking with several of her friends and neighborhood kids. So I just would request to keep, I mean, like I said, I'm in favor of public transportation, but keep it away from the residents. And I think the ideal situation is to put it on Hawthorne Boulevard. It's going to help businesses. Yeah, so just, I appreciate your support, and Hawthorne is the way to go. Okay, thank you.
Okay, Nassima Darui, and after Nassima is Chelsea Schreiber. So if you could tell us where you're from. Thank you.
Hi, good evening. I'm Nassima Darwi, and I come from Lawndale. I live by the road. We moved in like about 5 years ago. We were not aware of the project when we bought our house. I live in that section from 170th and Artesia Boulevard, which the path is really narrow. Talking about safety, we had transient many times already on the road in the past. I don't know how that's going to affect if they were to build on the road. I'm here to beg you to please continue to advocate for the Hawthorne Boulevard Metro. It's there, there's all the businesses. It will revive the Galleria. There's going to be condo being built there also. I come from another country originally. I come from France, and I spent 2 months during the summer. And me and my husband were looking at the transportation. I'm from Paris, and they just built like a big tram system outside of Paris to link to Paris. We have a tram that we take from the airport early, literally from the airport, not taking another bus, all the way to the first main subway station that will take you to Paris. It's so quiet. It's blending in with with nature. It's in the middle of the intersection, in the middle of the street, the same way as it would be on Hawthorne Boulevard. Business revived on that boulevard. Condos are being built. There's a lot of things that would make more sense to have it on Hawthorne Boulevard. Let's try to do it right, and not have it built behind people's backyard. And that's it. Thank you. Sorry, it's going to be short. Thank you.
Thank you. So next is Chelsea Schreiber, and after Chelsea is Matthew Lewis.
Hi, everybody. I used to sit over there when I worked for the newspaper. I've never been up here before. It's kind of exciting. I'm Chelsea Schreiber. I live in Lawndale. A lot of people know me as the Lawndale Gnome King. It should be Queen, but it's the neighbors decided it's King. And I just wanted to come here and tell you guys about what Lawndale's been doing. We have actually our city council appropriated, I don't know if appropriated is the word, but we have $7,000 to spend on a bus. We have booked the bus. We have seats for 100 people in Lawndale. And I want to make it clear to people online who have been calling us no-build NIMBYs. We are not no-build NIMBYs. We want this train to be built. We want it to be built on Hawthorne Boulevard. We want it to be built in a smart way. We want to save our community. Of course we do. But as a journalist and as a person who reported on these types of things, if I had spent time like I have reading about this issue and I thought the row was the best way to do it, I would step aside and I would advocate for the row. But after looking into this for so long, the row is not the way to go. And I know you guys know that, but I just wanted to kind of update you guys on Lawndale and just say thank you for doing this. And in response to Dawn about it being pointless to go to the Metro meeting, we can be concise. We're not concise today. We can be concise. We're going to get our point across. No matter what your point is, by the way, you are welcome to go. It is not just if you're advocating for Hawthorne Boulevard or no build. Everyone is invited. We're not excluding anybody who wants to go to this, but we have to get there. We have to be there. We have to show our faces. We have to show the Metro Board the people that this will be impacting the most. So please help Redondo get there as well. I appreciate everything you're doing, and we will be concise. And it's so important for us to be there and be able to speak and be able to show them the faces of the people that this will be impacting. Thanks, guys.
Clarifying question?
Chelsea, I believe.
I got a question for you, Chelsea. Thanks for all that you do. I saw your video of the 2 BNSF trains crashing.
Oh, yeah.
Where was the site of that? When did that happen?
That was by Del Amo Mall early in the summer.
And how did you get there so quickly?
I was at speech therapy with my son right at Del Amo Mall, and my husband watches, he works for CBS and does that, and is in the helicopter, and he heard about it. And we were 4 blocks away, so we drove over. It was crazy. It was so incredibly close to houses, and it did derail. And apparently that's a dark zone where the trains actually can't communicate with each other in that area. And since our house is within 20 feet of the freight train right now, seeing that exact train that literally killed my dog a few months ago crash into itself was insane. It was absolutely insane. So yeah, just seeing it in person.
Thank you for sharing that.
Yeah, if you guys want videos, we were there within like 2 minutes. It was bananas.
Awesome.
Thank you. Okay, Matthew Lewis is next, and after Matthew is Holly Osborne.
Good evening, Matt Lewis, District 5. And I'm here today to strongly, like many others, support the Hawthorne right-of-way for the Sea Line extension. And I'm a policy researcher by trade, and I became concerned about the process for how Metro was going to make the decision when I attended the draft EIR. They had a public comment session back in February. And I mentioned some of these details in the last time I was here, some of you have not heard yet. So at that public session, I had a chance to talk to some folks, including a guy who was a very nice guy, an engineer, who was a consultant hired by Metro. And he basically said, look, this is a no-brainer. We already own the right-of-way, and it's the cheapest. And I've seen that fallacy before. That's the sunk cost fallacy. We've already spent money on it, so we're going to keep going down that route, whether it was the right route or not. And maximizing or trying to optimize one thing, and that's cost. So my interest is in trying to minimize the impact on people, not minimize the cost, pardon me, but minimize the impact on people, on families over decades, what could be 100 years of that running the Metro. So my wife and I did a little tiny bit of policy analytic research, and we looked at the noise and vibration for the number of houses or families, actually lots and families, that are 350 feet on either side of the right-of-way. And if you count those up, you get about 1,600 that go down the Metro right-of-way, the Metro row. And 191 of those 1,600 are, approximately 1,600, are elders are seniors at the Breakwater Village. So you do the same thing for Hawthorne Boulevard, and you get about 500 or so families that are going to be affected, but they've also got business buildings that are buffering between them and any noise and vibration that's coming from the middle of Hawthorne Boulevard. So I think about that as 1,000 families that are going to be affected by the Metro right-of-way that wouldn't be affected by the Hawthorne route. And that's over, again, maybe 100 years. Now, in October, the Metro Board of Directors are going to meet, and they're going to pick a locally preferred alternative, their LPA, locally preferred alternative for the route. And so the members of that board need to know that we, the locals, really prefer to minimize the negative effects on our families and our neighborhoods, and that they should use they should use the Hawthorne route for the Metro Sea Line extension. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, Holly Osborne is next, and following Holly is Doug Boswell.
I'm Holly Osborne from District 5, and I'm totally having to use a different script because I thought that you guys were going to present Metro's charts, and I got to apologize for thinking that you would think that. Those charts had so many errors, you would have been, but I was ready to attack all the errors in the charts, but you must have realized it, and so you didn't present them. So my speech is gone, but I'm going to adapt it, okay? You guys, thank you for not presenting those charts. Anyway, I was going to start by saying the presentation from Metro showed was utterly lacking in transparency and technical integrity. Thank you for not presenting it. But Metro did present 4 options for the light rail extension and then votes for each one, but did not indicate the breakdown of the city's votes for these options, nor how they got their figures. And people who are watching might think there was a little checkbox that people checked and Metro counted the checks. Nothing could be further from the truth. At all the meetings that I attended, you were handed a blank form for feedback. This is a blank piece of paper, let the record show. Comments were supposed to address the DEIR report. In fact, we were told that comments should not be of the nature, I want this option or I don't want that, but we were supposed to address specific chapter and verse in the report, and that was 1,008 pages plus appendices, okay? So not only that, but the DEIR report only listed 3 extension routes, not 4. Those Metro charts that just came out, all of a sudden they've got the 4th option. I don't know how people voted for it. It wasn't even costed back in March. So anyway, I submitted comments on the report almost all of an engineering technical nature, such as this figure does not make sense, please correct it, or your numbers in the appendix do not match your numbers in the text in the main body of the report, please correct them, to more serious ones such as your noise analysis is flawed and I explained why. And I also, somebody already addressed this, noted that Metro did not count the number of dwellings affected by noise and stuff, but we did that. And all the things in their summary that were advantage to Hawthorne Boulevard, like the fewer people have affected and the higher ridership, they didn't put in those charts. So, and those are the long-term effects. But also what was really troubling to me was when I asked about what Metro was going to do at a COG meeting, they're going to correct all their errors after they make a selection. Now, how much sense does that make, to make a decision without correcting the mathematical errors first? It is unbelievable. Does anybody make rational decisions that way?
Thank you.
Okay, Doug Boswell's next. After Doug, Jennifer Dodge.
Doug Boswell, Redondo Beach, District 3. I do know the way to the lectern here. So I've lived here for over 30 years. I've lived with the trains. I remember when there were multiple freight trains going up and back, and real estate people were telling, oh, that's all going to be gone one of these days, and it'll be a park. Ha. So I'm here today before you to encourage you to focus 100% on convincing Metro to select the Hawthorne elevated option for the extension of the Sea Line through the impacted South Bay cities, and only the Hawthorne elevated option. Lawndale is steadfastly sticking to this Hawthorne elevated option, while Torrance has pivoted to a no-build option. And I'm hearing rumors that perhaps some of you, as well as city staff, are also considering this no-build. I hope I'm wrong. But I'm very conflicted about this. The Metro Rail going through the South Bay is an eventuality. There is no way to permanently kill the project. We could stop it now with the no-build option, but at some point in the future, it's coming back. Mass transit in an ever-densifying metropolitan area is a solution politicians can continue to come back to as we all complain about the traffic gridlock. Our strategy on this should be that, considering this eventuality, since we have the opportunity to root this beast down Hawthorne now, then we need to push that through while we can. Metro says they'll go with the locally preferred option, so let's make sure that they get our preference such that it leaves no doubt. So we need to do this with one voice. Citizens, elected officials, city staff, needs to be one voice, so there's no fudging on the part of Metro to say, well, you know, maybe you did, maybe you didn't. The preferred option clearly is the Hawthorne elevated. 5, 10, 20 years from now, who knows what the options will be on this, and we might just end up with it on the freight train row at a time when we either can't muster the public support to fight it, or the Hawthorne route might not even be available due to other development there in the meantime. Or we could be facing another well-funded, disingenuous counter lobby by Torrance. We've come this far in a multi-year effort. It's been an epic battle, especially for Nikki, our totally dedicated leader, and it pains me greatly to see all that blood lost for nothing and then wake up one morning to find 200 plus trains per day grinding and squealing past the bedrooms of our neighbors. I'm not saying that there aren't serious crime, safety, and health issues that Metro desperately needs to remedy for the entire Metro system to be viable, but we should not allow this project to get kicked down the road to some unknown future. Frankly, I find it odd that Torrance is not lobbying Metro to make a perfectly doable alteration at the southern end of the Hawthorne elevated route such that it does not cut across a couple of car dealerships, for which, by the way, these businesses would be compensated. So let's stay the course. Let's keep our eye on the goal. Don't let Torrance drag us down to their self-serving me first and only me spoiler level. I don't trust them, or their completely disingenuous, front-loaded, very misleading survey for a second. And it's my hope that you will not be swayed to join them by advocating for this red herring. So please don't be fooled. We need to be one voice. Thank you.
Jennifer Dodge and Jeep Sudduth is after Jennifer.
Good evening, Jennifer Dodge, District 4. I live on Ruxton Lane since 2000. When I first moved there were freight trains running all the time. The reason that I bought there, in spite of the trains running on a constant basis, was because I knew that the Alameda corridor was being built, which it was, I think, completed around 2003, which diverted a lot of the train traffic, or most of the train traffic, freight trains, from the port to downtown. And so we just have a couple of the freight trains now, which, I can live with. I mean, having said that, I already have some cracks and some visible damage in my townhouse complex, probably from the vibration, because there are some of the BNSF trains that run too fast, but so be it. My purpose in speaking tonight is just to advocate that Redondo Beach stay with the same position that they took in the March 21st letter, advocating Hawthorne Boulevard. I don't want to get distracted by the no-build option, by this newly introduced hybrid option, which I'm not even sure what that is. I don't think it was even in the DEIR, with some trenching like underneath 182nd to avoid the ambulance issue. Or the bus option, again, because I think that the bus option and the no-build option are just basically, as Doug was saying, kicking the can down the road. That is just going to leave the decision for another day, because rail is coming to the South Bay, and I completely support it, but it needs to go in the right place, and the right place is down Hawthorne Boulevard. It makes sense. It could revitalize the corridor along Lawndale, and it can connect right in at 190th and continue on down to Torrance. One of the things I found is that there's also no sound wall that's going to be built on the west side of the track. Our complex is virtually like 20 feet, and even where the freight train is now, which is in the middle of the right-of-way, to be moved 25 feet away from our complex is just mind-boggling. I don't even know how that would happen. And with regard to the poll that was done by Metro, that is apparently in this Metro presentation to the city managers. I don't know, well, Mr. Withansky isn't here, but they said that 670 people, I believe it said, there was support for project. And I think they basically interpreted that as support for the Sea Line extension going down the row. But that was not, I know I'm after mine. Can I get a 30-second extension?
30 second. We'll give you 30 seconds.
Thank you. Thank you. The support is for the Sea Line extension, not the extension down the row. It's for, do you support the extension of the row, the extension of the Green Line in South Bay, not down the row. And Metro is trying to twist that to say, oh, that's support for the row. That's not what it is. And this poll really shouldn't be taken into account. So in conclusion, I advocate Redondo Beach continuing the same position it had in the March 21st letter with the Hawthorne option. Thank you.
Thank you. Jeep Sudduth is next, and then following Jeep is anybody who would like to speak to this item.
Good evening, council members. Thank you for hearing our comments. GP Sudduth, District 5, 33 years. My choice to get involved in all this is partly influenced by the fact that I've been around long enough to have ridden the red car from the end of the line all the way downtown with my dad. And it was a big, exciting thing, and I was just shocked when they removed it. And I would love to do a light rail downtown again. Matter of fact, I'd like to do that instead of having to take a bus downtown to go to the city hall. So hopefully this thing gets done before I'm gone. I have a little bit of a musical take on the thing. Yeah, I've heard about this amazing plan. and I've got to say I'm not a fan of sending hundreds of trains a day through a quiet neighborhood. Well, it may seem a great way's been found to keep the sea line's costs down, but the cost to our quality of life here tells me the right-of-way plan is just not good. If the sea line gets built on the right-of-way, it'll mess up a lot of people's lives. Hey, if they go ahead and build it on the right-of-way, it'll seem Metro just doesn't care. If they go ahead and plan to build a right-of-way, well, all these people saying it's the wrong way, they should look around and see if there's a better way that wouldn't be so hard for us to bear. With the road plan, the tracks will be just feet away from homes where people live and children play, bringing noise and rumbling every hour of the day and disturbance without cease. While just 3 blocks away is an 8-lane street designed to be just right for mass transit needs that will serve all the people so much better than this road route that'll give us no peace. If the sea line gets built on the right-of-way, it'll endanger lots of people's lives. Hey, if they go ahead and build it on the right-of-way, it'll seem Metro just doesn't care. So let's not build the sea line on the right-of-way. Just listen to what so many folks who live there say, and let's build it the actual right, not of, way down Hawthorne Boulevard.
Chief, I got a question for you. Chief, is Alan Sanford going to give you a spot at Beach Life Ranch?
I would love that, except I'm terribly upset about missing Beach Life this time because the whole family planned months ago to be in Yellowstone that week.
All right.
Bad timing, but anyway, thank you very much.
It was enjoyable. Okay, who else would like to speak next? Please come up to the podium. Thank you.
Good evening again, Mayor Pro Tem, Council. I would agree. I think most people in Redondo would prefer the Hawthorne alternative, and I encourage the council to continue with the March effort that we did back in March, was to advocate for that. I heard from one of the gentlemen, I believe, speaking earlier, that the cost differential is so minor, it doesn't make sense not to do it. Like it's like 12 or something percent. One of the things mentioned is in Torrance, I know there's a couple council members who are pushing this no build option, John Conchi and Aurelio Matucci. And I thought it'd be important maybe to find out what their actual objections are. Well, guess what? I already did. Last week, I was on a conference call with the association I'm with, and he spoke as a member of that to really talk about his positions. And one of the things he said about the Metro line is that he doesn't oppose Metro, he doesn't oppose the line down Hawthorne. But what they don't want to have is a lot of homeless people at the terminal in Torrance. So maybe a way to sway some of these folks in Torrance to kind of go for the build option, which I think is the only real viable alternative on Hawthorne. If we don't, as Mr. Boswell said, they're going to come back with a vengeance and stick it where we don't want, and it might be years from now, and we're going to have to get this public interest out again to put it in the right spot where we have an opportunity to do it now. So perhaps maybe reaching out to some of these council members in Torrance and say, well, let's talk about it. Let's figure out maybe something that Metro can do, can make this more palatable, make it more safer, and make it workable. Now, I had one individual speak earlier saying that there's this faction on the council that's trying to do a no build. I have not heard any council member say anything like that. In fact, I think everyone here has been advocating go along Metro, but I think I know where maybe that rumor might be coming from. And I'm going to read you an excerpt of something that was posted online and shared on a bunch of web pages. This person said, for years, I advocated for public transit options that can make a difference in curbing traffic. And then finally, they said, the entire Redondo City Council adopted my letter to Metro and sent it under signature to the mayor to Metro. Now, the R Beach City Council wants to backtrack and take a no-option position. That is short-sighted. You know who said that? A Torrance resident who's lived there for about a year now, who was a former District 3 council member, just posted this yesterday. So I would encourage someone of you who can speak with them to tell them to stop saying this, because it's false. You know, we don't need to have falsehoods continuing now when this is so important for hundreds of homes, hundreds of residents in the South Bay, in Redondo and in Lawndale. So let's continue what we're doing, push for the metro option down Hawthorne, and let's make it happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, would anybody else like to speak to this item?
Hello, council members. My name is Sam Range. I live in downtown Los Angeles, and I work in Redondo Beach here at a major aerospace company in District 5. My first time speaking here. Nice to see you all. I'm a daily transit user. I do not own a car. I commute to work down here by riding the Metro C line, J line, and my bike. I'm here to speak in favor of amending the Redondo letter in support of any transit alignment that gets this project built quickly and efficiently. We've been studying this project since 2016. We're 7 years deep already. We've seen the schedule comparisons of what these different alignment options could mean. And by the time that we look at even the earliest option in 2033, this is going to be a 17-year project. I think we need more urgency. We need to avoid a tunnel vision approach where we say that only one very narrow particular alignment is acceptable to us that puts us in conflict with surrounding towns. We've heard a lot about the Hawthorne option, but I want to remind everyone that opens up the possibility of a Caltrans review, a veto point, where we could be sent back to the drawing board and have this project go back into study if we don't get a Caltrans approval. That option that's being proposed as a tunnel vision approach requires the acquisition of new property along the Hawthorne alignment, which again opens up the opportunity for arbitrary delays. This could be a 20-year, a 25-year project, all told, with billions of dollars wasted, with years wasted, when we have a real urgency here. I appreciate the conversation that happened prior to this agenda item about the difficulty for working people to attend a council meeting like this, running hours and hours into the evening when they've got families at home, jobs to be going to. We're hearing opinions here that are not representative of the polling the Metro has conducted, which show supermajority support for getting this project built. It's a very narrow, I believe, 8% opposition in that polling. The opinions that you might hear in a council meeting like this can be very different. Could be the, in fact, complete opposite of the actual broad support of the people of the city of Redondo Beach. I want you to keep in mind your responsibility to the full community, not just a very narrow, highly organized section that has narrow interests. I please just encourage you, act with urgency. Please help to get this project built. We've been studying this for many years, too long already. I would urge you again also not to use public resources to try to send a narrow group of people to the Metro Board meeting, which would misrepresent the broad opinions of Redondo Beach and the surrounding cities, which support this project. Please, people will see through this as a misuse of public resources. I urge you, act with urgency, support the Sea Line extension. Thank you.
Sam, I have a question for you.
Please.
You live downtown, right?
Yes.
How many trains would you have to take to come out here?
So currently I take the J line, which is a bus, and then the C line, which is the green line.
It's actually 3. So you would have to take the downtown line to the Expo line, I believe, to the C line. That's 3. That's about an hour and a half at least. Are you planning on a 3-hour round trip from downtown?
The Expo line is not part of my daily commute, no.
Yes, but
the Expo line goes to West LA.
Right, but I believe to get to downtown, you have to take the Expo line, if I'm not mistaken. Or maybe it's the new line, the line that comes from the airport.
I think it's possible what you're not familiar with is the Metro J line, which is a bus rapid transit line that runs down the 110 freeway.
No, I'm familiar with that. I've taken it to USC games.
Yes,
so
okay.
I'm familiar with it.
That is
But then you still have to get from there to the green line or something else because it doesn't intersect with the green line other than I believe at Willowbrook maybe.
It
Not even
intersects
sure
at the
Willowbrook,
110
actually.
interchange of the 105.
So the shortest would be about over an hour commute,
It
right?
takes me about an hour, 5 minutes to get to the Redondo Beach facility using the J line and the C line.
Okay, Great, thank you. Just one
Clarifying
clarification.
question.
Sure.
How are you getting back to this evening?
Yes, my plan is actually to ride my bike probably about 45 minutes to the 110 and take the J line straight back up rather than wait for the C line exchange, which at the late hours of the evening can actually take quite a few minutes to wait for a train to come.
Okay, well, hey, kudos to you for using public transit.
Yeah,
Thank
that's
you.
good.
I appreciate your time.
Yeah, thank you.
Just be nice.
Good evening, council members and staff. Candace, and thank you for all those who joined us, even from downtown LA. Your elected officials have done a number on downtown LA. I hope that our city never resembles anything like downtown LA. But I'm here to talk about Redondo Beach, and I want to urge you guys to allocate funds for the transportation to the upcoming of the LA County Supervisors meeting that's coming up. I think it's an important opportunity for us to really show force. Despite Don Zerlip's assertions, it does matter, and I think good elected officials pay attention. They do notate it, and their staff takes note of it. I hope that each and every one of you and each and every council member finds it a priority to attend this meeting in solidarity with the residents behind me. I hope that you consider sending another letter, including the newly elected council members, sending a loud and clear message to Metro that we are all on the same page and in solidarity with the Hawthorne option plan. I hope that city staff engages our school district. There will be noise and pollution if it continues to go down the row to two of the largest schools in our district. Where's the school district? Who is engaging the school district? They have the most to lose. They should be sending a letter. The school district should be sending a letter, and our city staff should be approaching them about sending a letter to help us in our advocacy. Every city is doing more than the city of Redondo Beach, and we have the most to lose. That is embarrassing. Quite frankly, embarrassing. So I look forward to our increased participation in this issue. I hope that we can do a better job advocating for our residents. They deserve it. It's not just a small sector of people, it's a large sector of people who would like it down the Hawthorne option. I have knocked on over 2,000 doors, and the mantra is the same. Everyone wants it on the Hawthorne option, with a very small selection of people who want it down the row. So I hope that you can help these residents and really show up for them. So thank you for your consideration, and thank you for everything you've done.
Thank you. Would anybody else that has not spoken like to speak? Please come up. And please tell us who you are and where you're from.
I'm Margarita Hussein, and I live in Franklin Park, so I don't know what district I actually live in.
Franklin Park is District 3.
You're a neighbor.
Okay, very good. So I recently worked, I was assigned at an Ultimate office in, I guess it's Huntington Park. And right next door to the building is an underground train. It runs underground, or,
Subway.
Subterranean. And in the offices, they had to put carpet, because when the train passes and you're in one of those roll-away chairs, you're going to move away from your desk because of the vibration. And, because it's a senior facility, it's actually like a senior daycare. They couldn't put carpeting in the main, dining area and stuff, because the seniors tend to trip with carpet. But, I live in Franklin Park. I bought the house there with my husband because it's a beautiful area, just close enough to the beach, tree lined, And when I heard that they were thinking of building a train through the tracks that run parallel to like Vermona, I told my husband, let's sell. Let's go up to PV. They're not going to build anything up there, And my kids are like, no way, we're born and raised in Redondo. I moved from Irvine. And, I just don't want my peace and quiet. My kids will kill me if we move. They love Redondo. I love Redondo. I've lived here now over 20 years now. And I met my husband in Redondo. So I have an emotional attachment to Redondo. So please, build on Hawthorne. don't take our, sanctity, our private, our just everything away from us. I mean, we're going through the construction of the building, across the street from my house. And, it's torture, but it's something for beauty and for the benefit of the neighborhood. So, as a homeowner, I'm asking, please have it built on Hawthorne. And I'm willing to, take people in my SUV to this meeting, just to voice, our concern and our, just to keep our neighborhood intact. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Is there anybody else that has not spoken tonight that would like to speak in person? Okay, is there anybody on Zoom or, yes?
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem, we have several people on Zoom and e-comments as well. So the first speaker is Kyle Johnson. Please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Hello, can you all hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Kyle Johnson, District 1 resident, renter, and aerospace engineer working up in El Segundo. Strongly in favor of the sea line extension. I'm glad that we have so many comments today from everyone saying that we want transit in the South Bay. I think it's really important for reducing greenhouse gas emissions, reducing traffic, and overall improving the quality of life by connecting people through non-car options. Personally, like I said last week, I am in favor of the row or the right-of-way options as, based on affordability and on timelines. I echo what Sam Range said earlier about being in favor of basically whatever's cheapest and fastest. We've been studying this since 2016, and the closest time is, 2033. And if we're concerned about things getting kicked back later, I think you made an excellent point that if Caltrans vetoes or if property acquisitions come through and it doesn't come back right, we could go back to the drawing board and we could have a less preferable option than some people would already have. So I think we need to support whatever is the most efficient way of getting this project done. We need to, it's awful driving in LA, and public transit is much more convenient. I take the bus to work on a regular basis, not every day because unfortunately Metro is inconsistent, but when it works, it's really great to not have to worry about parking, to not have to worry about gas bills, to not have to worry about all this stuff. So I'm glad that we're supporting transit. I would hope that we would take an option neutral approach and just advocate for whatever is the best option for the residents. With regards to the surveys that people have been talking about, I guess off of Metro's own website, over a 61-day period, including 5 public hearings, there were nearly 2,200 comments, 1,800 of them focused on alignment preferences. Over 2/3 of alignment comments were in support of the Metro rail line. And only 6% were opposed to the project. Specifically, also, only 19% of people were in favor of the Hawthorne option. As a city council, you do have a duty to all of your residents, not just those who show up to city council meetings, not just to those who are dedicated and passionate about local government. And I would hope that you'd support what your residents believe in. I can't imagine my comments are going over well in the room right now, but I can't hear them, so it's good for me. Yeah, so just in general, I think we should support the option that's most popular, the options that are cheaper, the options that are faster, and the options that will serve our community well. I mean, we spent how much money building a Redondo Beach bus, a transit center, and then to not use it on the biggest transit project in the area seemed crazy to me. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
The next speaker is Brianna Egan. Please unmute yourself and you may begin speaking.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and Council. Brianna Egan, lifelong District 1 resident here. I want to thank you all for taking the time to listen and hear from the public. Your support for the Metro Sea Line extension to Torrance is critical. It's a key public investment. It will provide tangible benefits to Redondo Beach in the South Bay, and it will provide convenient and reliable transit rides to LAX, Inglewood, and the rest of the metro system, reducing car traffic and pollution for people who travel into and out of the South Bay. You've all received a copy of the letter from our new local chapter of Abundant Housing LA South Bay Forward. This is a support letter for the Metro C line extension to Torrance, outlining the broad community support and the demonstrated need for light rail in our subregion. Our letter is alignment neutral. Our key ask is that you maintain your support for the project as transit provides enormous climate, economic, and mobility benefits to Redondo Beach and the South Bay. Other cities are clamoring to Metro for new stations for their communities, and we can't risk losing this for the South Bay. With regards to alignment, please listen to all residents who would benefit from this project and ensure that the alignment that you select will be financially feasible. By this, I mean, if the council chooses to uphold support for the more expensive Hawthorne Boulevard option, consider asking Metro to end freeway expansion and highway widening in the South Bay, and ask Metro to allocate the $1.5 billion from highway funds towards constructing Hawthorne Elevated. That should be our goal, to stop endless freeway widening and invest in public transit. However, to prepare for the chance that Metro will select a right-of-way option for the locally preferred alignment, I urge you to consider strengthening your position letter and defining specific mitigations that Metro could provide for Redondo residents along the right-of-way. This could include things like additional sound barriers, phased construction to minimize disruption, more trees, more green spaces, and continuous walk and bike paths. I advise you to remove any mention of indoor or outdoor cats in your letter and anything that would distract from your larger ask. Also, I feel that using public funds to sue Metro would be an unnecessary boondoggle. And finally, regarding chartering a bus, I will reiterate the same comment I provided at the August 8th City Council meeting, that city officials and advocates should ride the bus rapid transit line that serves our region, the J line, from Harbor Gateway Transit Center to Metro HQ at Union Station. On a Thursday morning, the J line bus rapid transit will be much faster than even the express lanes on the 110 freeway. Please utilize our public transit system and please support public transit. Thank you.
Okay, is there anybody else that's on Zoom?
Yes, there's a few other speakers. The next speaker is Matthew Horowitz.
Hi, I'm Matthew Horowitz. I live in District 4. My wife and I bought our place on Ruxton Lane in 2020. We knew that there was a couple freight trains going by throughout the day, but we can deal with it. The neighborhood's amazing. We love our neighbors and our community. And then we found out shortly after we signed all the papers about Metro wanting to put trains going by right next to our house 24 hours a day, basically. I just want to urge you all to really push for the Hawthorne option. It makes so much more sense. I myself drive every day from Redondo Beach up to Beverly Hills for work. I want the train to be down here. I just don't want it right next to my house. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Jill Love. Please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Hi, yes, thank you so much. My name is Jill Love, and I'm a District 4 homeowner in the Ruxton Ridge Townhome Complex that borders the train tracks on the possible right-of-way option in Redondo Beach. I'm also a mom of 2 Washington Elementary students. We walk to school every day, and I love our little neighborhood and the community that we've cultivated, especially since the pandemic. Contrary to what a few other speakers have said, many of my neighbors and I are not opposed to the Metro Green Line extension. On the contrary, we do support Metro. We simply urge you to continue to advocate for the Hawthorne Boulevard option for the Green Line extension. I sent a more comprehensive email earlier today to Councilmember Obagi as well as for e-comment, but I was able to attend and wanted to share a couple of points here with all of you. When we purchased our home in 2008, my husband and I were not told a thing about a proposed expansion to go from a couple of freight trains per day to adding high-speed passenger trains going every few minutes from 5 a.m. until midnight daily. This would be a huge safety and quality of life change to our family, home, and neighborhood. I listed more in my email, but here are just 2 of my concerns. The first is the safety issues of freight and passenger trains in close proximity to each other. The father of one of my college friends was killed in the Chatsworth Metrolink train crash in 2008. That crash, which killed 25 people and injured many others, was between a Union Pacific freight train and a Metrolink train, a chillingly similar scenario to the one that might be constructed within feet of my home. Yes, there was operator error in that incident, but a few safety failures led to many lives lost. It boggles my mind that we might have multiple trains going by every few minutes at all hours of the day behind our home. How can Metro possibly guarantee safety to the many thousands of residents living just a few feet away from these train tracks? If there were to be a crash or a derailment along the row, like the one that Chelsea Schreiber witnessed this past summer, how would Metro prevent damage to the homes that are practically an arm's length away? The Metro drawings show train tracks moving even closer to our homes to make room for 2 additional tracks, also bringing them closer to multiple natural gas pipelines. The Hawthorne Boulevard option would keep passengers separated from the freight line, as well as the natural gas pipelines, avoiding much of our community's concern. Another concern is noise pollution. I spoke with a sound engineer at the open house last year at Adams Middle School. When I asked about the ways that Metro would mitigate noise to the residents, he talked about at-grade noise mitigation. I explained to him that my 3-story townhome looks down onto the tracks, and he admitted there was nothing they could do to mitigate noise above the tracks. May I just finish this thought? May I have 30 more seconds?
Sure, 30 more seconds.
Thank you. He talked about the quiet hours from midnight to 5 a.m. in the middle of the night, and that they would also possibly explore double-paned windows. That would only make a difference, if at all, inside my home. But what does that do to mitigate noise in our yards? I have 2 small children and many other young neighbors who utilize the common space between our buildings for outdoor play. Trains whizzing by every few minutes would be a huge nuisance. And that would also have a huge negative impact on our children's sleep, as well as the many retirees who live next door at Breakwater Village. So many of my neighbors join me in explaining how the Green Line along Hawthorne Boulevard would make so much more sense for safety, traffic, and commercial revitalization. I urge you to use your influence to retain your selection of the Hawthorne Boulevard option and not the residential row option. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Avery Shaham. Please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Hello, I'm Avery Shaham, District 5, and I would love to be there in person. However, the buses do not run late enough for me to be sure I could get home. I believe it is frankly ridiculous that the city is even considering using our tax money to send just a few dozen people down to Metro to oppose what is by far the most sensible option for the Green Line extension. As was established at the beginning of this item, the Hawthorne alignment will be at least, if not over, $1 billion more expensive than the right-of-way alignment and take nearly 4 years longer to complete. It is clear to me that the City Council's recommendation of the Hawthorne alignment is another long-shot attempt at getting an extension canceled in the future that, as a recent Metro-conducted poll showed, nearly 70% of citizens within the extensions corridor support. This poll also showed, despite most previous speakers neglecting to mention, that only 19% support the Hawthorne alignment. Additionally, the other speakers and the project overview at the beginning of this item failed to mention Metro's plan to introduce a quiet zone around the right-of-way. I urge the council to reject the ridiculous proposal to charter a bus downtown to oppose the extension, and I urge the council to support the at-grade right-of-way alignment in spite of those who might have shown up today to oppose it.
Goodbye. The next speaker is the number ending with 936. Please unmute yourself and you may begin. Please press, yeah, there you go. Yes, we can hear you. Please begin.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Sorry, just had to. Hey, my name is Matt Wayner. I used to live in District 5 in Redondo Beach, very close to the right-of-way, right by Inglewood Avenue. I sent in the comment because I wasn't sure I was able to make it, but I'm glad to have the chance to speak here. Anyways, I just wanted to say I am strongly in favor of the metro extension into the South Bay. I think it's a great project. It will bring so much for the region. This is going to be the best way to get to LAX, SoFi Stadium, the Kia Forum, the Intuit Dome, the Coliseum. There's just so many options. And if they extend it north into West Hollywood, that'll even be better. So I really encourage the city to support this transit project. When it comes to alignment, I strongly support Metro's hybrid option on the right of way. I think it's a really good balance of, something that is cost efficient, but also avoiding grade crossings that could be a conflict between, pedestrians and trains, cyclists and trains, or trains and traffic. But I also think that the right of way is a really good option. We have safe crossing gate technology. I think that this is the most cost efficient option, and I think is the most realistic way for Redondo Beach to get this great transit service within 10 years. And that being said, I understand that people are scared that, something new and scary is coming, but I want to assure you that these trains are very quiet. There are plenty of other areas where you can see where the metro trains run, and especially on the alignment where they don't ring the bell or anything. It's really not bad. It's much less disruptive than freight trains. So I really hope the city considers supporting this project, and I hope that they are willing to accept the right of way. Thank you.
The next speaker is Nancy Skiba. Please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Hello there, Nancy Skiba again, District 4. I just wanted to say that it is not an unusual thing for trains to sometimes derail, or for some of the cars to derail. I once was on a Union Pacific train, and it suddenly just jumped the track in Gallup, New Mexico, and it was a horrifying experience.
How many more?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
We can hear you.
Okay, thank you. All right, anyway, I just want to say that there's no guarantee that they cannot have some kind of a train accident so close to people's homes. It's really a frightening idea. And I personally support the Hawthorne. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have one more speaker on Zoom, Liam Walsh. Please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Can you hear me all right?
Yes, please begin.
Hi, Liam Walsh here, resident of District 5. Thanks for your time this evening. I just want to say that I'm a big supporter of extending the sea line down to the South Bay. I heard that echoed throughout the evening. I just want to make sure that Redondo Beach is going to provide its support for the project no matter what. Personally, I think our right-of-way alignments being more cost and time effective are the way to go here. But I understand people have brought their concerns. I think to that point, the recent introduction of the hybrid option is evidence that Metro is listening to the concerns of residents by providing a option without any grade crossings to the concerns that previous people addressed. And so I'm really just interested in hoping we can accelerate this project and provide all the benefits that it'll provide to the whole community, given the outpouring of community support based on the data that Metro has collected. And thanks for your time this evening.
Thank you.
Thank you. We also have Kurt Canfield. Please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, please begin.
Yeah, I'll keep it short. So basically, I've listened to all the public comments that have come before. And my read on what I've been hearing, at least for the people who are in the room, is that there's a lot of fear. There's a lot of fear of what a train's going to mean and who that will bring and how that will impact conceivably their property value. I don't have any assurances for those folks, but what I can tell you is that we're really bad at assessing risk as a species. We ignore plenty of things that bring us much more danger in our daily lives. Like a car, for instance. How many people do you know who are afraid of flying, but they aren't afraid of driving? Well, I'm sure you're aware that driving is statistically much more dangerous than flying. And so, I think that this idea that the train is going to end your life, is going to end your way of life, end your whole lifestyle. Well, it's a little bit, it's comical. I mean, in a way, you know, I would hope that you don't make your life's crusade the prevention of a train being constructed, you know, because, I mean, what a life. I really hope you guys do book that bus and show up to downtown Los Angeles. Because to see that clown parade just march their way through LA Metro, oh man, that would be something to see. You guys have married yourselves to an outcome, and I think that's a flaw in your decision making. The train will help a lot of people. The train will help a lot of people, and I think it's been very short-sighted, most of the people in this room, who probably don't even have a lot of years left anyway. So, you know.
Please keep it civil. Thank you.
Yeah, good luck. Good luck to you guys.
Thank you. Are there other callers?
The last speaker that we have with their hand raised is Anna Magdesian.
Single use. Shot.
Please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Can you hear me?
Yes, please begin.
Oh, hi. Thank you so much for hearing me. My name is Anna Magdesian. I'm also living in District 4 in Redondo Beach. I also live along Row in the townhome on Ruxton. I've lived here for 22 years. I'm the original owner. You know, when I first moved in, I knew about the freight trains. I talked to the people living here and they said, you don't hardly notice it. And since then, they have decreased. And life here has been great. I've raised 3 daughters. Love it here. Love Redondo. I want to stay here. And these people who don't care about, like the guy talking just right now, he doesn't live here. Those people shouldn't be talking unless they live here next to this rail, really. You know, putting lines here, from 5 a.m. till midnight, having those rails going, those trains going by here, it's going to affect the quality of life for me, my family, and all the families that live here, and all the families and homes that live along the row. There's children and families, and we live peacefully and happily. We spend most of our time outdoors with each other, and I don't want that to be taken away. The trains will only bring noise, vibration, disturbance. Safety is going to be a huge concern. I'm urging you to continue to support us in sending these lines down Hawthorne where they belong. They will be beneficial. It makes sense to put them in Hawthorne, not on the row. Leave these peaceful families alone. Let us enjoy our quality of life with our families. Please, please, I'm urging you. It makes sense and it's the best decision. We all support the line. We want it. We agree that the metro lines are important, but put them where they're going to be best and where they make sense. Please, I'm urging you. Thank you so much for your time.
One more speaker, Karen Ruby. Please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, please begin.
Hi, my name is Karen Ruby. I'm a business owner in Redondo Beach. I am a homeowner in Lawndale, and I'm a lifelong South Bay local. I just was wondering, some of these other callers were questioning things or stating more cost effective, but the tall gentleman, the engineer, there you go. 14%, it was only 14% more costly. Their numbers are all off in terms of the caller that said that the technology is great for the crossing. That's not true. If you look, how many kids do you know follow all the directions or instructions or listen to their elders? There have been children that have been killed crossing roads, taking chances. And there's going to be on the row at 170th, grammar school children crossing daily by themselves. And by the way, it's from 4 a.m. till 12 midnight. It's 200 to 300 times passing each day, 24/7, 365 days a year. There's so many things that the public is misunderstands about the numbers and what everybody's been talking about. These are engineers from our cities that are doing the math and doing the work and hard lifting and to back up everything that we've learned. So it's not just as easy as it's more cost effective, because the pipelines are going to have to be moved deeper, mitigated. I've talked to the utility lines. I mean, there's so much more into it than people really realize. Anyway, I guess it'll all come out in the wash. That's really what I wanted to say. Thank you.
The next speaker is Zen Ling. Please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Hi, I'm a District 3 homeowner, and I just want to add my voice to advocate for the support of this project in general. I am really sympathetic to our neighbors who have concerns regarding the road project, but I just believe that at the end of the day, they represent a small group of Redondo Beach residents, such as myself, who I think we should be thinking about a more practical, realistic transit project. And that's the most imperative thing. I am neutral on which option we go with, but my understanding is that the road option is more cost effective and time effective. I understand there's also fears for our children for crossing these roads, but I want to point out that our kids also daily face a very car-centric city. And I think that focusing on making transit more accessible will be ultimately safer for everyone. And finally, in regards to the charter bus, I think it is most prudent for all residents of Redondo Beach to find their own ways to the metro meeting at this time if it is something that's incredibly important to you. Thank you.
And Mayor, that concludes the people wishing to speak on Zoom.
Okay, and we have 17 e-comments, 14 support, 2 are neutral, and 1 opposed.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
It's good to hear from everybody. Is anybody in the audience that's not spoken want to speak? Sure, come on. Please tell us who you are and where you're from.
Thank you for 3 minutes and your time and late for waiting for tonight. I support the
your name and where you're
Paul
from.
Taylor, and I lived along the row for 42 years. Bought my house in 1981.
In Lawndale or Redondo?
Lawndale.
Thank you.
And I support all my Lawndale neighbors and friends and all the people I've met through this adventure since I've heard about it since 2014. I've been to all the meetings. I've been to, even on Saturday, a tour of Metro's lines through a bus tour and a train tour one Saturday afternoon. And I believe that Hawthorne Boulevard is the best way. The row would be too disruptive, too costly. In the long run, it would be more costly. I know the facts and figures, I've heard of all that, but when you think about all that's involved, it would be more costly to go down the road. So I advocate, and I've sent emails in to representatives, the LA Board of Supervisors have sent emails that we favor the Hawthorne Boulevard elevated option. So thanks for your time, and I support everyone that I met, everyone that I've been through the meetings and rallies and the park rallies. I have signs on my property saying that no on the road, and I think the ridership and in the future, the quality of the riders, even passing through the South Bay for the first time or traveling through the South Bay, would have a better rider experience going down Hawthorne Boulevard, since there's more businesses, there's more opportunities, there's banks, ATMs, bus stops, and access to taxis. You have none of that on the road. You have no opportunities to even get a cup of coffee if you want to. If you stop off from the train station, you want to stop for a while, you can go to a convenience store down Hawthorne and get a cup of coffee or a snack or whatever, get back on the train, go back to the train station. If you ride the train down the row, you have none of that. You have no opportunity for that. So just think of the future, what kind of rider quality on the train you want. Say you have your relatives, your friends come in from out of town. What kind of quality of travel do you want for them? If on the row, you get off a train station, all you have is a vacant lot and a dimly maybe vacant lot. On Hawthorne, you have better lighting, and like I said, you have more opportunity for refreshments, or even if you have to go to a convenience store or a pharmacy.
Time.
Thank you very much. I advocate the Hawthorne Boulevard elevated option.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, thanks for all your comments. I'd like to speak to start with. I have always advocated for the Hawthorne option. I continue to advocate for it for many of the reasons, one of which is what this gentleman just said. That is the best way to get people to frequent businesses, is to put it where people are, not where they're not. It's very obvious. I guess, and also to bring folks who are working to the South Bay Social District. But I think one of the things that's been disappointing about this is I've talked to a number of elected officials in surrounding towns, and I think what I seem to see is the staff of one particular town seems to be advocating for a particular position, even against the wishes of some of their elected officials, which is really disappointing. I've seen mailers go out. I've seen QR codes. It looks like QR codes are now going out and pushing people one way. So I think that's really, really disappointing, and I really wonder who's running the town, quite honestly. When we talk about efficiency, those of you that remember where this started about 6 years ago, it was $880 million for the least expensive option, is now $1.96 billion for a line that runs 17,000 folks, which is not very efficient when you talk about efficiency. So the definition of the expression penny wise and pound foolish is the act of concentrating so hard and economizing in small matters that one misses the opportunity to save or gain a large amount of money in larger matters. So the folks that are complaining about us sending people to the board meeting are missing the big picture of spending billions of dollars, whatever option it is. And also, I hope those are the same people that are complaining that a neighboring town, I'll say it's Torrance, is using tax money on mailers and other advocation. I hope they're also going in front of the council there and saying how they feel about their tax money, because we are spending a lot of money on this project. There's some misinformation going on. Somebody said that taking the metro to SoFi would be a great thing. It doesn't connect to SoFi right now. We should be connecting to SoFi. We should be connecting to LAX better, rather than having to change trains to get to LAX. Those are the things that'll really add to ridership, not necessarily throwing something down a path that people will not exit. And I also hope that the people that were very dismissive of people by calling people and saying that they're fearful will be the first people in line to buy a house when that runs down the row. Because I'm guessing that they will not be the first people to do that. And I think they're missing it. I've not heard anybody say we don't want people in our neighborhood coming. I've not heard anybody say, and thankfully so. But to dismiss people and calling them fearful and not understanding their point of view, whether it's economic or their peace of mind, when they were told one thing and then a bait and switch came, is not very helpful. And quite honestly, disappointing again. So, I'm a big proponent of public transit, but it should be done right. And this is not done right. And it's clear that Metro has not done their homework and the costs continue to spiral. But if we're going to do this, let's put it down Hawthorne where it belongs. Don't put it where people are not going to ride it, because that is a recipe for disaster. So I continue, thank you. I continue to support the Hawthorne option. I think we should also pay for folks to go down and advocate, because I guarantee you a surrounding city will probably do the same for an opposing view, if history is any prelude to the future. So I hope we do both things. We advocate again for the Hawthorne option, and that we help to rent a bus so that people, and not individually goes downtown, which is against public transportation. We should do this. And I'm not sure why anybody has a problem with that, quite honestly, when we're talking about billions of dollars here. So thank you. So the next speaker is Councilmember Obaji.
All right. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you for your support of the Hawthorne alternative, and also for even scheduling, agendizing this discussion for funding the buses. I fully support that, and we have to get our people down there. To go on your penny wise, pound foolish, there's also another saying, haste makes waste. And trying to get this done in a rush is just going to cause more problems, and frankly, is going to kill the project, at least indefinitely, because I will advocate for filing suit on the defective EIR, at least if it doesn't make huge strides between the draft stage and the final EIR. I want to thank, we'd be remiss if I didn't thank Nikki and Kevin Mitchell, Holly Osborne, Ray Holler from Lawndale, for being everywhere all the time, every time, with very articulate statements, very educated statements, showing really the best in American democracy and the best in local governance. So thank you for all that you all have done, and keeping me, frankly, apprised also of what's going on. So I've heard from them also at the COG. They come down to the COG in the middle of the day on a Monday, and they educate everybody at the COG as well. And for the comments that said that we're not doing, Redondo Beach isn't doing enough, or one commenter, we are doing a ton just at the COG, the Council of Governments. They're hoping to not take a position at all. And I made a motion to take a position in favor of the Hawthorne alignment, which we're going to kick down for a discussion at the next Transportation Subcommittee meeting next month. So we're taking as big a steps as we possibly can. A couple things that I wanted to point out that we have not addressed, and we could address in a subsequent letter, and I do want us to amend our letter. Two BNSF trains crashed into each other. Fortunately, it was at a low speed, but that is a much larger tragedy if it occurs at a higher rate of speed, especially when those trains are closer to the residents. That's the Ruxton place, the Ruxton and Breakwater Village. And these are seniors living in Breakwater Village. They're retired there. They want to live their golden years at that place. And instead, they're going to be surrounded by construction, drilling next to their homes for years. What you all may not know that has been raised at the COG, Mayor Butts, who sits on the Metro board from Inglewood, said that Metro, and there was an LA Times article on this on June 22nd, the LA Metro Board of Directors instructed the agency to prepare a comprehensive implementation plan to establish an in-house police department. LA Times writes, Metro looks to create its own police force. It won't be easy. And the reason they want to create their own police force is because the safety situation is out of control on the Metro lines. And they're paying way too much money and receiving far too little money from ridership to fund their overtime payments to LAPD, Long Beach PD, the LA County Sheriff's Departments. So Metro is in shambles. I'm not in a rush to have a Metro line further down through Redondo Beach, but I do agree, as do most Californians, that more light rail is better. And another thing you should know is that the K-line extension, there are several alternatives for it, but the alternative that got the endorsement from the COG would have a direct path of travel on one seat from Redondo Beach to LAX, or I believe it's a one seat, or maybe you switch, but just you don't go in any inefficient direction. You don't have to go inland. You just go straight up and make a switch. In addition, the COG has endorsed the ICTC, the Inglewood Transit Connector, Interconnector, or whatnot, which would get us directly to, basically on rail directly to SoFi Stadium via the C line and the K line. So there are great things happening north of us. There are great things as far as rail development. We need not be in a rush. We need to connect to that in the best way that's going to get the higher ridership. When you listen to what Mr. Holler said, and he said there's a 35% increase in ridership if you go down Hawthorne Boulevard, but it's only 14% more than the alternative 2. That's a less of a cost per rider than taking alternative 2 if you go down Hawthorne Boulevard. So what I'd like to do is make a motion to approve preparing and sending a revised letter to Metro. Our first letter was about identifying defects in the EIR. This needs to be about advocating for Hawthorne Boulevard as the locally preferred alternative, because that is a decision that the Metro Board is going to have to make in October. I'd like us to focus on the benefits of having it go down Hawthorne Boulevard, the ridership, equitably serving all of LA County to the job centers that are on Hawthorne Boulevard, including the future South Bay Social District. Also providing transportation to the at least 1,000 residents that will be coming to moving to live at the South Bay Social District in due time. And also give us the most carbon efficient transportation to LAX and the SoFi, which are major destinations for South Bay folks. And I'd like to remove a lot of those questions that we have in the draft EIR letter, convert them from questions to either we have concerns about this or that, or else remove them entirely. I'd like to just highlight what we see are the benefits of the Hawthorne Boulevard orientation, and also the problems with the row. So some problems that have been recently identified by Dr. Holly Osborne, for example, are that in their own documents, they admit there's insufficient space to reroute the pipes, which have to have a certain amount of clearance between them under BNSF's own guidelines. And Dr. Osborne can get us those regs. But there's insufficient space to put the pipes with their 15-foot clearance, plus the heavy train, plus the 2 light rails in certain locations in Redondo Beach. The financial argument presented by Ray Holler, and then the 10 arguments made by the No on Row folks, which there's a PDF for that, and I can get that over to staff. They have 10 reasons for No on Row, which can be posited as that favor the right of way. So, and I support sending the buses, obviously.
Okay,
so that would be my motion.
Okay, I'll second that motion, actually. Okay, Councilmember Narenheim.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. So, I've been on this kind of a listening tour, so to speak. Did the tour April of 2021, I think it was. Last many years, at first, it wasn't something that really caught my eye. It wasn't really in my district, my area of my concern, but through the years, it's been exceptionally important, and the issues have been rising to the top, have been bigger and bigger. What I've seen from the beginning is that the right-of-way was the obvious, simple choice. I mean, there's a freight track there. All you do is move it around a little bit, and then you just place the 2 light rails there. So on the obvious choice level, this is the obvious thing, but then you literally or figuratively dig down, you start realizing right away, you've got all the other issues associated, from pipelines and derailments and safety and noise, and I can go on. So it's highly problematic. We're only finding more and more issues with this particular location. First of all, I want to say the No to Row website, you guys, great website, great logo, by the way. I'd be able to help out in a logo design for someone else. and great information there. Top 10, really factual, really well put. Metro is facing a lot of significant issues as a whole. They're facing a ridership cliff that they're falling off of in a few years. So to the speaker earlier about ridership, and all the speakers that came out and speaking, it's all about ridership, right? So you want ridership in commercial areas, because commercial areas drive people getting onto trains and buses and everything else along the way, right? That's what congregational hubs are. Jobs, entertainment, mixed use, whatever it may be, Dodger Stadium, right? So they also want workforce development. And that's a very key idea because A, where are the jobs? Where are they going to, right? And they also want on-site workforce development where you have a live-work environment. They want higher density. The state wants higher density. The state initiative from the very top, all we're getting from the state legislature and the governor is higher density, higher density, higher density. Want less cars. So long-term planning and thinking, you've got an R1 neighborhood versus a commercial corridor, which has higher density already zoned for. We've zoned it, higher zoned it again. We've got 300 plus apartments being built there with 20% affordable. And that just includes a little section of Redondo Beach. So for the emails of the last few days, the Streets for All people, and I really appreciate you guys getting involved, but first of all, I want to say the documentary filmmaker that you have on your website starts off the video with, I just threw this together. It's just a last minute putting this together. Well, first of all, if you call yourself a documentary person, you do your research, you take your time, and you get involved in the details. That's number one. Number two, if you're documentary, then you're not supposed to be pushing an opinion blatantly. Yeah, we all know a lot of documentaries push opinions, but this one, he flat out comes out and says factually incorrect things, items, factually incorrect points about the South Bay. He's never been here. He's never been a part of it. And, it's not very well researched, his video. So, and in that video alone, just point out one of the things, he doesn't talk about the pipelines in there. He doesn't talk about the safety issues, the derailment. He doesn't talk about noise. He doesn't talk about traffic. He doesn't talk about high density housing. He says, oh, they just don't want it. No, we never said that. I didn't hear any speakers in Redondo Beach that said, we don't want it. We said, we want down to Hawthorne right away. Can you share my screen here real quick, 1A? To Councilmember Baji's point, and I want to thank Councilmember Baji for his invitation of spring of 2021, I believe it was, for a walk with Metro. And I'm going to start off with a couple of quick pictures. What's important here for me is we do this right. We do this correct. We don't sit here and do thinking about this year or next 5 years or next 10 years. This is a 100-year, 150-year project, meaning it's going to be around for the next 150 years. This is a picture in France, in Paris, 1910, and they're doing what's called cut and cover. These are railway systems that they're building, subway tunnels. They're still in use today. They could have had the option to go above ground, right? Think about World War II, the destruction that happened in Germany. When they rebuilt the German cities, they did cut and cover. Right here is what you see. They went down the massive boulevards. They didn't put these trains in between the neighborhoods, single family homes. They put it underneath. They did it right because they know they're never gonna have to touch these things again. They do it right. They take their time. So this is our right of way right here that we're dealing with. And if you notice right in here, this area right here, there's a high pressure gas line right here, signage. This railway is going to be moved over closer to these residents right here, right? Everyone sees that. And this is what the backyard sees for the residents. But all these things here are really say, quiet when we're sitting here in place. So when I was there doing the tour, we were standing there and the freight train came through. And yes, I know this is not a freight train horn. It's not that loud. Make sure it's not.
Not turned up all the way.
And Councilmember Baji, again, I want to thank you for the opportunity to bring me over there and see this in person. And I showed this video to Metro staff, and they didn't understand and realize what's going on. I think a lot of people don't really realize and understand what's going on. So here. So that's exactly what I was about to say. That's supposed to be 15 feet closer to people's homes and residences.
And what about?
So hold on. You know, I have a video I could show you what's from one of the other areas, but I think that really proves the point and shows what we're trying to accomplish here, and not having this closer to the neighborhood, to residences. One thing I want to show as well here is I want to show our housing element. This is what we approved this last year, a year ago, just over a year ago. And this Galleria focus area, higher density housing right here. South Bay Galleria, 300 apartments, 27% affordable. There's going to be a station right here to drop off, pick up, right there in front of South Bay Galleria. One of the reasons why Torrance, I'm suspecting, does not want the Hawthorne right away, because they don't want people being delivered directly to the South Bay Social District, to our workplace environment where we have live-work environment. I also want to talk about right now, they have 150 hotel units there. Their environmental impact report, just so everyone knows, what's good for another 5-6 years, was approved for 650 apartments. Okay, not 300, 650. They only chose to build 300. Now, if you see here the Galleria focus area, that has a lot more potential density moving forward. So if you were Metro and you were talked about density workforce housing, where would you want to put your rail line? The point what the speaker had earlier regarding density and the ability to, or ridership, that is what you want. Hawthorne Boulevard along in Lawndale, I don't know what your zoning map says up there, but I suspect there's going to be with all these RENA requirements. And I also might add, in the next 50 years from now, there's going to be more and more density being built along Hawthorne Boulevard. That is where, if you look at Europe, that is what the state is pushing. That is what Europe has gone towards. It is very, very simple to see and understand. So yeah, I'm in full alignment with the Hawthorne option. I think those that are on the right of, the website here, Streets for All, we're on the same page with getting this. We're on the same page with moving forward with a project that serves people who don't have to get on the bike and go 45 minutes down Torrance Boulevard, or 20 minutes on a bike Torrance Boulevard at 10 o'clock at night and then jump onto a J line, whatever line. We're going to provide housing and transportation right there to go to downtown LA. So yeah, I fully support the motion. Thank you very much for the time, and good luck. And we'll see you all in September and October on what will be a Hawthorne decision. Thank you.
Councilmember Kalajarovich.
Yeah, first I wanted to thank Councilman Obaji for your advocacy at the COG, being a representative there. Really appreciate that. You guys touched on a lot of good points already. I'm not going to reiterate that, but the Hawthorne option does bring people to what will be hopefully an economic center for us. So it's not just about, us having options for public transportation here, but bringing people to spend money here in our town. And that Hawthorne option seems to be the best option for that too. When it comes to transportation for the meeting, it seems, everybody that's been speaking tonight has been talking about advocating for this public transportation, the Hawthorne option. I wonder if we send a much stronger message if we did, as a group, take public transportation and show Metro, we're using public transportation. We support this. We just want the right option.
Okay, that's it?
Yeah.
Okay. Any other comments? Okay, there is a motion and a second on the floor. I'll do a roll call vote. Councilmember Narenheim.
Aye.
Councilman Kalajarovich.
Aye.
Councilmember Obaji.
Aye.
Councilmember Barrett is absent, and I am voting aye as well, too. So 4-0. Okay, thank you all. Thank you. Okay, on to next item, which is mayor and council items. Item P1, discussion, consideration of mayor appointments to various boards and commissions. Do we have a blue folder? Okay, so then we will table it to the first meeting in October. Okay. Now, next item is mayor and council referrals to staff. City manager Witzansky.
Yeah, no items for me this evening. It's getting late. I know everybody's trying to get moving, so I'm awaiting hopefully what is a light night of referrals. But
Okay, I hope so. Well, you'll have none from me, so put it that way. Councilmember Narenheim, do you have any referrals?
I don't have any referrals. Nope, thank you.
Councilmember Kalajarovich.
No.
Okay, Councilmember Obaji.
Nope.
Okay, and none from me.
wonderful.
Can I have a motion and a second to adjourn in memory of Kimberly Wacholz, former city employee from the city's office, city clerk's office? Okay.
Motion second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
No, but I'll just say that, I got here in 2017 and she was already here in 2015. She was an employee for the city clerk's office and left behind two young kids. And I remember her just being super happy over there, super stoked to be here. Great employee, super awesome employee till 2018. I know, you're getting all teary-eyed.
Very sad. Yeah.
Very sad.
Yeah.
She was on it. Yep.
Yeah, it's very sad.
Yeah.
Only 41.
It's precious. Yeah. Thank you all. We'll see you in October. The first meeting is October the 3rd for the open session. Thank you. Have a good evening.